Got to work on that. Transition. Pause. We are back. Welcome back. This has been, what are we going to call this? Another one? Well, I don't know about Bites to Dust. We haven't got there yet. What is that? Well, anyways, welcome to Toilet Time. Toilet Time. Well, just Toilet Time TV Live. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I can't. What is this? Oh, hold on one second, guys. I gotta. Well, it's not that. Oh, there he is. There.
Hey.
All right. And we are here. We are now. We are time. That's an interesting phrase. We are time. I guess in some sense you can say that. I mean, in the conscious sense. But anyways, who cares? We can get into that later. That's probably a deep thought. But hopefully you guys are doing well for this week's episode. As you guys can see, colleague is very in tune. He's very focused. He's staring into your soul. So
True.
We know he's going to be lively and animated as always. And we got Elder here. And we are ready for this broadcast. The Matrix Network is here. And we are here.
And we are time.
Inside of time. Anyways, I know the chats are probably rolling through. If you want to, did excellent job last week. Even gave some beautiful context. So if you want to read off some of these comments, we can get started.
Yeah, let's get into it. See who we have out there. Of course, Iron Man Bill starting us off with top of the food chain. I'm not quite sure who's on top of the food chain, but I guess somebody is. So we'll figure that out later. We can talk about that. Anita says, "Hey, boys." Right back at you.
Yeah, welcome back, Anita.
Yeah, very cool. And we got Oscar out there, said, right. And he said, hi, all. Greetings to Oscar. And then, of course, I said, welcome, folks. Good to see you all. Don't forget to take your green pill. We'll be starting shortly. So get those green pills down. And Anita says, I'm black pilled right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Not quite sure what the black pill is, but
while everybody's hitting those pills, hit that button also.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of hitting things, yeah.
Helps the algorithm push through.
Yeah. Yeah, like it. Hit the like button and just send us money. Do all kinds of things. Just whatever you feel like. Just do it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. We got Brian Rod. Yo 9. I feel like that's some kind of code, but and then
369, that's the numbers of Tesla.
Oh, there you go. Brian says, streaming early, I see, with a giant heart.
Streaming on time this time.
Yeah. I'm not offended much. Yes, but it's just that we're so busy. There's so many things that occupy us that sometimes it's impossible to switch gears and get here on time because, and it's just there's such creative energy, especially with the two folks up there, host and colleague. Of course, colleague's a little frozen today, but there's usually such creative energy that it's difficult to shut that down and move on. And you guys know that because you watch the pre-recorded things on the episodes on Saturday, and you see what a great job is done. So there you go. Little shout out there to the Matrix Network. All right, let's see. Let's come down here. Oh, Bill says top of the toilet tank, harkening back to the old days.
Those were some good old days.
Yeah, well, there it is. Brian says, I shed a tear when you said toilet time. Indeed, we all get a little choked up, you know. But the toilet got flushed and never refilled. One of those
Mm.
kind of things. Yeah. Nothing as disturbing as a dry toilet. Anyway, Brian says, "Are we going to talk about the tick issue or that new virus from the cruise?" Interesting, because host had mentioned before we started about that virus, so I imagine we will be bringing that up. And of course, the whole tick thing. I think we talked about that last week or maybe the week before we brought it up. But yeah, that is interesting as well. The old what is it, Lyme disease vaccine,
Mm-hmm.
something like that. Yeah. So I mean, not that that wouldn't be a wonderful thing. I know Lyme disease is a horrible thing to get, but it just seems so oddly timed. Anita says colleague looks dead.
Does he?
Well,
He looks pretty
yeah,
alive.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Well, yeah.
I mean, he
Anyway,
looks. I mean, he looks really focused.
he does, man. You just peer into those eyes. Just peer into them. You'll get lost. You'll just get lost in there. So actually, don't stare too long because it might be a whole Sven thing, and you know something terrible might happen. Um, and David Zerm, we say David. He says the hantavirus. That's what that virus is on the cruise ship. Yeah, the hantavirus. Um, and Isaiah Traverse 8145. Isaiah, welcome back. It said the water isn't going anywhere. Brochacho, brochacho. I like that.
Mm.
It's a new term, like muchacho, but brochacho. I like that. And he says the Haitian virus. Hmm,
The Haitian
okay,
virus.
the Haitian
It's not the
virus.
Chinese virus now. Now it's the Haitian virus.
The Haitian virus. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's the Argentine virus.
Yeah. Yeah. It originated supposedly.
Well, the Andres version, and I think that's how you pronounce it. That's the one that they say is supposed to be able to have human to human contamination or infectious abilities. But I was thinking.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know how anybody could take a cruise nowadays considering all like, how often? It seems like monthly, we get some kind of a report of some sort of virus or disease or something running rampant through
Well,
a
it's
cruise
almost
ship.
like, to me, it almost feels like throwing the dice. There's all kinds of there's hundreds of viruses. At least that's what we're told. I don't. I just it's that weird statement. I just have to believe the science, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a virologist. I've never been in no labs. I've never tested anything. I've read a lot of papers. I understand how these things get transmitted. I understand how they function. I understand how they work. I understand virus as a protein. I ain't never studied them. So I just, whatever they say, right? But to me, it's almost like throwing the dice. When you think about narratives, is you don't really. There are things that are legitimate, and then there are things that are legitimate, like facts, and then there are people who interpret facts. The interpretation, I believe, is like throwing the dice. So if you have a certain narrative, and you want a narrative to change, you can throw dice. And it doesn't change the facts of something real, but it has a chance of deterrence. So, and again, whoever's watching, powers that be, YouTube, anybody else, this is all for entertainment. But so if Trump wants the narrative of the Iran debacle to be suppressed, you need something more intense in a catastrophe or fear than your pocketbook. And the only thing that probably can do that is probably death. So it's a dice. You can throw a bunch of, there's millions of viruses, but until one catches on and it breaks the narrative, and then people feel that fear complex enough, now you can ride this choo-choo train. You threw the dice and it landed. So you're right. We probably hear all kinds of stuff like we talked about 3 weeks ago, how they were saying in all these news broadcasts, papers, this is going to be the worst tick season ever. And RFK came out and said, if there's anybody that's going to try to work hard to find a vaccine for Lyme disease, it's me. And then the CDC came out saying, we're on a breakthrough on having a vaccine for Lyme disease. But it really didn't catch on. It was there, but the dice was thrown and nobody really bought into it. And so Iran and the narratives kept going on. So now here's the next one. So now we have the Hanta virus. Now this one has a 40 or 35% mortality rate. But just like anything, viruses work on the efficiency of self-decay and transmission. If you have something that has too high of a death rate, then transmission isn't spreadable. So you need something just right. So that's, I would say this one probably has a higher death rate and mortality rate than probably can means for efficiency, but who knows? When you can spread the narrative of mutations. Now, where does mutations happen? I know we've never heard of anything called lab-grown viruses or anything like that. That's all fake. That's never happened. We've never had any lab mutated or altercated vaccines. So, yeah. But mutations, they happen, and then within those mutations, just strange coincidental perfection arises, of course, which happens to maximize the efficiency between death rates and transmission. And that's all it really takes. But first, you need to get the attention of the public. And this hantavirus seems to be gathering more attention. And it's just interesting when you look at the narratives on this cruise boat. And I don't know if you guys ever watch cruise boat drama, but it's very funny. It's very interesting. There's always like a bunch of influencers on all these cruise boats, and they're always creating drama. And there's always a bunch of people posting videos all the time of all these cruise ships. What's interesting about this one is that there was really only one influencer that was there making any videos, which to me was kind of strange. And this one influencer, it was a traveling influencer. He wasn't very popular. I mean, he had a small following, but he was talking about his experience and everything was going great. And then he's the one that ends up being very popular, talking about, we're stuck here on this cruise. Why won't they He was the only one pushing off a narrative about what was going on this cruise as an influencer. And so it was very strange to me. Like, if I was going to create a PSYOP, I would want to limit the ability of social distribution, because that way I can control exactly what's being said.
Right.
It needs to be somebody who has a particular appearance, a particular emotional draw, but still isolated. And that seems to be the case here. There was this one person. He had full access on being a sole influencer in distribution, which seems very strange to me. And he gets to put out this narrative. And that's all we get. That's all we know based on what was going on. There was like one other person, but their channels didn't really go viral. His did. If you watch the guy, it seems like he's reading stuff. Like if you ever watch those panic videos about him being stuck on this cruise ship, you can tell his eyes are looking somewhere, like he's reading something. And so for me, it felt like this is curated, and this has the ability to be a perfect narrative spinner. And what's even more interesting, it plays on the psychological idea of exclusiveness. If you don't have a bunch of people saying things, then you feel like this is all that's happening. If you have a bunch of people saying a bunch of different things in one scenario, you can say, well, people are just making stuff up, or they're just being a little hyperbolic, or they're exaggerating. But if there's only one or two people saying something, you kind of start to feel psychologically, this must be true. This must be what's happening, because you're controlling that narrative. So that's what I thought was interesting about that. And then what I thought even more interesting was they started just releasing all these people. So now there's the people, they started releasing the people off the first cruise. Now there's 2 cruise boats now. Apparently now another cruise boat has people with the hantavirus. But the first cruise boat, they already started letting people go. And apparently now, I think in Norway or Switzerland, one of the two, somebody there that was on there has now verified to still have that virus. Now they're out in the public. Now there's 2 people in the United States who are back, and they're saying that it's possible that they may have confirmations of the virus. And now the narrative is controlled, and now the ability to spread this narrative is here. And none of us have accessibility to verify a lot of the information around any of this. So what are people going to start doing? What are you going to start seeing in the next couple of weeks? You're not going to hear about Iran no more. You're going to hear about the hantavirus because the dice was thrown. It got caught, like it got caught on. People started getting into it. And now there's an easy way for deterrence. Now because of that, the news is going to focus on this, and we don't really know what's going to be going on in Iran anymore. And whenever the narrative spins in a way that they want it to be, they'll bring it back. They'll bring it back to Iran. And so that's what it seems like to me. It seems like the dice was thrown. Multiple things are thrown out there. This one caught. And now the administration has the ability to spin whatever narrative they need to. And if they want to do things to – another thing I thought about. What was the biggest issue on causing – what did they blame as the biggest issue for economical downfall in 2020 during the COVID vaccine? What did they blame all the economic downfall on?
It was all the shutdown, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, but the shutdown caused supply chain disruptions.
Oh, right, supply chain, yeah.
That was the narrative. So we already know this is going to have Iran is going to have a detrimental effect on the economy. So if you mishmash 2 things together, you can isolate yourself. You can disassociate from isolating yourself from being blamed on a central issue that you are the sole participant in, which is Iran, as an economical downfall. And now you can mishmash the 2 together and say, well, it wasn't really Iran. It was this hantavirus. So now assuming that they expand this narrative and they make hantavirus something bigger than it may be. And again, I'm not disqualifying facts, assuming that that's a real thing. And now they can start saying, well, if it's affecting cruise boats and it's affecting transportation, and if it spreads large enough, they may be able to justify supply chain disruptions. And if they do, they can start, it's a multiple facet thing. So let's say that, because you need time to bring back supply so you can get back all these months of lost supply. And that's going to be real. Like soon we're going to feel what we're feeling now is only the beginning of the disruption of a restriction supply from what was going on in Iran. But if you can interact right now something that can be also a contributor to supply chain, then you can say, this is the reason why the economy suffered, instead of blaming the whole thing on this other first cause. So to me, it seems like a perfect scapegoat for the administration to admit there was a supply chain disruption, but it wasn't particularly Iran. It was because we had a disruption because of the hantavirus. It seems like there's multiple uses here for the administration.
Yeah, it's like, oh, look what's over here. Oh, wait a minute. No, look what's over here. Oh, wait, what? Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how expansive it gets. But as long as people are still talking about it, and that's the thing, is like if you don't talk about it, it's going to die off. The only reason why things start expanding is 2 reasons. Either it's legitimate and people are literally dying, literally getting sick, Or because you keep talking about it, and the news keeps talking about it, and influencers keep talking about it, and it just keeps talking about it, and eventually, yeah, they're going to expand it because they're not going to waste an opportunity.
Nothing that a good pandemic can't fix, huh?
Yeah, and pandemic shutdown 2.0 ain't going to be like last one. There ain't going to be a bunch of PPP loans and everything else.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are going to put up with what they put up with last time.
Well, it just depends. I mean, it depends on how elaborate they want to make something. Nothing is more, like I say, if you want to make people forget about their pocketbook, you got to cause death. And it needs to be on a personal scale, not an abstractive scale. Like, you can't talk about people dying and there's a whole bunch of coolers of semi-truck freezers full of dead bodies, yet it's disconnected. Like, if it starts to be connective, like you literally feel in your community and it starts to be more legitimate in that sense, yeah, you can cause a deterrent. But I don't know. I'm waiting. At some point this reset 2.0 is supposed to happen. And it's just going to be the catalyst. I assume a shutdown will be the catalyst. I just don't know if it's going to be this one or not. This one just seems to be more or less the administration's scapegoat for the disruption for the economy. To me, if I was the administration, this is what I would do. I know it's about to get worse in the next 3 months. I need something so I'm not blamed for it. What better than to use a virus to create a quasi-supply chain disruption that's manufactured, yet I can still allow boat transportation, but the news is going to propagate a structure shutdown. And this will allow me to recoup all this distribution loss for 3 months. And then I can say things are back to normal, but the reason why we had to deal with these high costs for, the next 3 to 6 months for now is because we had this disruption. And you don't have to say it was Iran.
Right.
That's what I would do if I was the administration.
Do you think this hantavirus is going to turn into another 2.0, pandemic 2.0?
No, that's what I was saying. I don't really think so, but I do believe they're going to blow it up more to the point to where they can say, well, we're going to have to put some pauses on some supply chain and trading infrastructure because there could be a lot of contamination abilities here. So that they can justify that was a cause for economical downfall.
Interesting. That'll definitely be something to look forward to.
Well, it makes sense to me because Trump's not somebody who wants to be blamed for anything. So you got to find an scapegoat, and this would be a perfect scapegoat.
It's a good one. Yeah. Well, you said about 3 months, right? So.
Well, yeah, I think it's going to get. I think gas prices and oil prices, like there's two kind of price functions with oil. You have your futures market, and then you have, which is betting on future. Futures market is betting on future demands for oil needs. Then you have the actual price of a barrel of oil. Those two things, they're correlated, but they're not the same thing. And then your barrel of oil price is also, it can be correlated, but it's not directly causational to gas prices. And so a lot of Americans don't realize our reserves are being sold off to Europe and other places because they're in demand. So we're selling off our reserves. So as we sell off our reserves, naturally that's going to cause a shortage until we can recoup that.
Right.
And that's going to cause higher gas prices because the distributors have to buy this to put out into their gas stations. So even if we see lower oil prices, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get cheaper gas prices. So there needs to be this time where they can recoup this supply shortage from this Iran debacle, but they don't want to be blamed for it. So they need a secondary cause to blame for this disruption so they can have at least 3 to 6 months to recoup this. And then when they're back, they can start saying, all right, now things are getting back to normal. Now that gives them another 3-6 months to slowly drop down prices because now they got 3-6 months to recoup, 3 to 6 months to blame the hantavirus, and then Now we can start dropping prices. So you might see prices start dropping a little bit more, I'll say 6 to 8 months. But if they're using this strategically, that's probably what I would see as a timeline. It just really depends, though, if people buy into this and the narrative keeps pushing.
Do you have a prediction as how high you think gas will go?
I'd probably hit about $5. And it's probably already above that, like in California.
Yeah, I was going to say around here it's around 465, I think, like on the East Coast. So it's getting there.
Yeah, I think California probably hit around 650. But there's a cap on that too. Even the administration knows that. There's only so much you can do before people just start stealing, and people just start rioting, and people just start doing things.
Yeah.
And so there's a cap on that narrative too.
Always interesting, never boring.
No, not what's wrong.
Yeah. So let's get back to the chats and see what we got. I think we have something interesting coming up here. So let me work my way down and see where we're at. Maverick says, and we are back. We are indeed. And here it is. Iron Man Bill says, hey, I got a wild story. Can I call in?
Yeah, you can. Sure.
Yeah.
Put the link in.
There you go. So we're going to hear the intrepid Iron Man Bill. Brian Rod says, when you get a hell of a discount from the cruise people, just can't resist, so they just go. And I guess that's true.
You know what's interesting, and I don't know if it's any correlative, it just seems interesting, is as Spirit Airline gets shut down.
Oh, yeah.
Which is one transportational means. Now they're going after cruise ships and boats. And if this continues to spread, and that's, of course, one of the objectives for the beginning of 15-minute cities and all this that they've been talking about for, decades, is controlling transportation accessibility and traveling accessibility. And so what was the narrative back then was they were trying to push, but people didn't really buy into it, was climate control and carbon taxation. So if we can have a credit score correlated with your carbon emissions and your carbon
footprint,
basically a carbon currency, like you're given credits. You're given so many credits, and you can use these credits on however you want to travel and whatever. But once you use the maximums of these credits, you won't be able to have accessibility. So even though you have a passport, even though you have the money, even though you can buy an airplane ticket, if you used up all your carbon credits, you just wouldn't be able to travel. And of course, this was what they're trying to use the carbon footprint for, was a means to restrict that. Even with your car transportation, like it would be allocated, so you would have to tell the government how many miles you use, and verify your odometer and all that. And these would contribute so many credits to you per year, and blah blah blah. And they would give you X amount of credits for contributing to climate control reduction. Like if you're the largest landowner in the United States, you would be given a lot of carbon credits because you'd be reducing carbon emissions by having all these trees. Well, who's one of the largest landowners in North America? It's Bill Gates. And so these elites, they have so much farmland, so much land in general, that they would be given astronomical amount of credits. So because if they're not a participant in the credit metric, nobody would believe it. So they have to participate, but how to get around it is that you have a lot of contribution to reduction of emissions, so then you would be given a lot of credits. But the average person, what are we doing? We plant some shrubs maybe to, decorate our yard. How many people are actually planting trees? So we're not really doing anything. In their mind, we're just contributors to emission. And so we're just going to be given, just like you have a standardized deduction for taxes, you're going to have a standardized credit allocation, and that's going to be how they restrict your traveling. And so it'd be encouraging the idea of walking. And what's the purpose of 15-minute cities? Everything is supposed to be localized, so you don't need cars and everything else. It's walking. But this is a simple way to control society in certain isolated sectors. But that's why anytime I see stuff like this, I'm always going back to the thought is you're always trying to throw the dice. The powers that be are always trying to throw the dice so they can have a metric to control traveling at some point. And once they can, and the society grabs onto that, well, now they can really accomplish a real reset. They can control riots. They can control everything because you're isolated. But, yeah.
David Zerm sent us a very generous $4.99
I appreciate
with a message that says Iran will hold off till the November midterms. Interesting.
Yeah, you know that Iran is an interesting play. And when I think about Iran, it makes me think a couple interesting things too, because Osama bin Laden was trained by CIA. That going back to 1996 with Bill Clinton and boys. And so, I'm not saying that the Islamic regime in Iran is controlled by the CIA, but if they were given incentives, hypothetically, again, everything, YouTube, entertainment, whatever. If they were given incentives, and of course, how would they do this without it being obvious? It was pretty interesting that in the beginning of Trump's second term, he decided to create this thing called Trump coin. And he pushed out this new bill that he wanted called the Genius Act. And the Genius Act, what it allowed was corporations to create their own stable coins. And these stable coins were basically the U.S. dollar, but they would be backed by security, U.S. Treasury securities and assets. So they would be one for one, like a normal stable coin. But any corporation at this point could create a stable coin. It wouldn't be just regulated financial institutions. But it is also this Trump coin that has its ability that anybody could buy, anybody could give and sell, anything. So if this Trump coin can be utilized as a means to circumvent distributions of, circumvent accountabilities when distributions of incentives want to be given to people for certain reasons. I would say that's one easy way that, because I don't know if you guys remember back in the time of the beginning of the Russian war with Ukraine, there was a group called the Wagner Group. And this Wagner Group, what they utilized, and this is what got one of the people went to jail for, but they utilized what was that called? I can't remember. But they utilized one of these stable coin cryptocurrency exchanges. And what they did was they were getting paid with a certain cryptocurrency, and then they would cash out that currency to a stable coin, and then they would cash out that stable coin to their local currency. And this is how this Wagner Group would be get paid. And I would say the same thing can work for any international organization. They could get paid in a Trump coin or whatever coin they want. It doesn't have to be Trump coin. Just using that as an example that Trump is not oblivious, or at least the people who are connected to Trump are not oblivious on how to circumvent things. And then they cash out these cryptocurrencies into a stable coin, and then those stable coins, they can go through a mixer, they can go through a washer, whatever, and then they can get cashed out to their local currencies. All I'm saying is, hypothetically, if Trump wants, see, this Iran thing can go two ways. It can be that there's a legitimate uprising of Iran, and Iran could use this as a strategic way to try to manipulate a U.S. control, or Trump could be utilizing this by giving them incentives. And then think about this. What if Trump got Iran to agree to a legitimate peace deal and a legitimate ceasefire, and the Iranian government comes out and it's all legitimate, saying, yes, we agree, 2 months before the primaries. And Iran now goes on public TV saying, yes, we agree with Trump. Trump is a great man. We work with him. He's going to now push out this narrative. He's a peacemaker. This can turn the tides. And this can cause people to now see Trump, instead of this incompetent individual, seem like one that we need to continue to support. So you caused a lot of detrimental pain, but it's so that when you fix it, it feels like a very big reward, a very big success. But of course, you have to wait a little bit to cause a lot of pain, so your success can be seen as a big, you solved something really big, something that seemed impossible. So that was another thought I had, is that it's possible that this could just be an internal false flag created so that it's almost like an insurance claim. If the primaries start to seem like it's going too far down south, let's just get Iran to go ahead and capitulate. I could be seen as a peacemaker, and now we can flip the whole narrative real quick before primaries. Again, that's real out there, but it's a possibility.
I don't think it's that far out there. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility there. I guess go back to the chats here real quick. Oh, there it is. Okay. Bill, Bill host just put the link up there. So if you just click on that link that's right under my comment, you should be able to get in. In the meantime, let me jump up here and read a few more of these, get them out there. Oh, Oscar says, "Oh, we heard about mutations." Indeed, we know who the X-Men are. Come on.
All right, one second, Mr. Iron Man. I'll get you into the live 1 second.
And then I said I watched the Love Boat. Speaking of cruise lines, David Zerm says under Discord media shows the guy from the cruise ship. Yeah, he keeps on looking up and seems scared, like a gunpoint. I'll have to watch that later, or maybe host, you can throw that up there later.
Well, there you are, Mr. Iron Man. Welcome.
Oh, welcome.
Hey. Yo, Bill. What's going on? I'm actually in scenic Fishtown right now. I'm visiting my mom. I'm going turkey hunting tomorrow and Saturday. So.
Oh, that's nice. Wild. Well, welcome back to Philly, man.
Oh, thank you. Hey, so check this out. So I sign up for like online these surveys and stuff, and sometimes they'll call you into like an office building, and it's like for Duke Energy, and they want a certain age range, they want a conservative or a liberal, so they know how to advertise to people. You know, if they want to be the dude pushing a lawnmower that's gas or electric, you know, so I sign up. They give you like $300 and you sit in a room for a couple hours and just answer all these stupid questions. So I must have signed up for this other one, and I signed up for like liver studies because I need a liver transplant and all that junk. So, and then they ask you, are you on depression medication? Have you ever had, you know, thoughts of harming yourself? And I'm like, nah, I'm not on that. It's for goofballs and all this crap. So I get this call, and they're like, oh, you fit all the prerequisites just fine. You want to come in? We pay $1,600 for this study.
Wow.
So I was like, okay. It's called the Biomedical Research Institute. So I go in. They're asking, you know, fill out all these forms and everything. And I start, and they go, here's what the study entails. Read it over, and we'll look, and we'll get back to you. So I start reading it, and it's like, you have to sign up. We're going to keep you there for 5 days. And they're going to give you, and they kept using the word dose, like we're your dosage amount, and I'm reading, I'm like, dosing with what? And they have all these technical terms in it. And then I read it and it said lysergic acid methyl dialamine. And I was like, lysergic acid, that's LSD.
Yeah.
And then I'm reading the survey and the lady explains to me they want to lock me up, not lock me up, but keep me there for 5 days and give me LSD and have 2 people in the room monitor me, take blood samples, and put EKGs on me to study my heart rate. And they're going to dose me every day with up to, and it was called MM120. That was like the LSD drug. And then they were naming all the side effects and everything. And one of them was like flashbacks that you can get high, like not high, but you could have a reaction like months or years later. But they wanted to assign me, so I signed up. I was thinking about it. I was like, man, what this is like CIA mind control. I'll turn into like Sirhan or something. But and so they were like, do you smoke any marijuana or anything? I was like, I hit a vape pen like 2 weeks ago. So they took a drug sample and they failed me because I had pot in my system.
Ah.
But they wanted to take me, but I was like the perfect candidate because they wanted to study the effects of the liver and then people that aren't depressed and don't take any medications and shit. And I was like, because I don't take anything. So, but man, it blew me away. I was like, man, they were going to dose me up. And then I asked them, I said, well, how many other people are in this study? Because they said, we're going to dose you here in this place. And then we walk you over to the other building and it's set up upstairs. You know, they got coloring. She was like, they got coloring books and fuzzy blankets. I'm like, what the? They said I was like, can you bring a phone with you in case you're bored? She's like, yeah, not during the study. That's like 6 or 8 hours. You can't, you just kind of got to sit there and they watch you. But they do have a rec room. So I'm like, oh, maybe you got ping pong. So I was like, well, how many other people in this study? She goes, it's just you. I was like,
wow.
whoa, just me? So I don't know. Maybe they didn't have. And then she says there's only 2. This is like a national trial. Only 200 other people they did this to. So I would have been like 201. But she said since I took the sample, well, no, because I was honest with everything else. She's going to see if I can get a resampling of my urine sample, and I'll just bring in. I don't know, someone else is pissed because they're not watching me or anything. But let me ask you, like between the 3 of you guys, what if you had that opportunity? I guess if you call it that, would you guys do it?
I mean, it'd be interesting. It'd be tough because, there's a level of me saying I'm curious, but there's also a level of me saying this is what they're telling me. I don't really know what they're giving me. I don't really know what they're doing. I don't really know if they're ever going to let me go.
Yeah, I know. Or hypnotize you or something.
I mean, if they're legitimately telling you up front, yeah, of course, we're going to give you a technical name, but giving you LSD is like, what else are you trying to do here?
Well,
I don't know. It'd be a tough thing because I would be curious because it does sound like MK Ultra 10.0, but
yeah, I couldn't honestly. I don't think I could do it. Bill, I've been straight edge my entire life, so I've never really done anything, drug wise or anything. So I don't think I'd want to start with LSD.
Oh, you should if you want to do anything, do mushrooms, dude. They're the shit. They'll straighten your life out. You got any hiccups in your life, man? That shit will like an iron. It'll iron everything right out of you. Just one time, I'm telling you.
Well, I know if people do microdosing. Microdosing can help. It doesn't create the hallucinogenic effect, but you can get a lot of the benefits from microdosing. But
man, you want the whole war ego destruction. I'm telling you, that's what you need. That was the first time I ever did it, dude. I was like 18 or 19, dude. I was a different person the next day. I was like, wow, man, I was a real jerk off to people my whole life. Like I was always bigger. I came like my neighborhood was small in Philly. And I was just physically bigger than like all my friends. I'm not real big now. I'm not like real tall, but I was just bigger as a kid. I don't know what. So I was a real bully. I used to like beat everybody up and shit because no one could fuck with me except the dudes in the projects. They come down, whoop my ass, all little rugrats and stuff. But and then after that night, dude, I totally turned my whole life around. I'm telling you, I wasn't like a jerk off. I was always like kind of mean and shit. I still could be a real jerk off now. especially if his name's Tom. No, I'm just kidding. But I don't know. But besides that, what about you, colleague? Would you try it if you? I know you got kids and all that stuff, but if I don't know if you had the opportunity and you could do it, would you?
I think colleague's frozen.
He's frozen.
Oh, what the hell? He's probably on it right now. He ain't frozen. He's listening.
Oh,
he just can't
that's
talk.
a good point. That's
he
true.
looks like it. He looks like
into
in the
his
ether
eyes.
world.
Yeah, he's definitely not with us. No
Oh, that's
question there.
funny. Well, I figured I'd call in and just let you know. I thought it was a really bizarre story, man.
That
I thought
is.
it was different. So, but I'll let you get back to it. I got.
Well, if you have any information out there, you can always put it in the Discord. I'll be interested in reading it.
Yeah, they gave me. I was looking for it now. I must have packed it. They gave me like the whole paperwork for it because it says lysergic acid, and then in parentheses it says LSD. So it wasn't like hidden. It was in there, but I just glanced over it because they started getting the big, technical words. I'm like, I don't need to know. I wasn't really understanding. I was just kind of glancing over it, and then I saw lysergic acid. I was like, wait a second, what the frig is that? Then I started reading it. Because if they give you, it's like a whole bundle, but they gave me a copy of that too. So I'll put it in the Discord. I'll take a couple pictures of it. And just
if you
tells
can,
you how many milligrams.
If you can take the pictures or whatever of the company, like its location or what the company's called, and specifically all the medication. Yeah, I'd like to see who does this all go back to? Like who's starting these studies and like where's it coming from? Because that's more of what's going to see if it's correlated with like MK 10.0.
I think it's Tom.
Well, see,
I think Tom is sponsoring
it's Tom.
it.
See, what they told me was to help people that were having, because it's like hepatic, they call like your liver is the hepatic like health or like surgery. It's the hepatic organ, but it was like people with hepatic problems that are going to be depressed, and they wanted to get somebody that's not depressed and see how it translates, because they want to start using these to help people with depression that have like liver failure, instead of like getting on drugs that'll screw you up. They want to see if this can help them out. That's how they sold it to me. But it could be anything. But especially it was weird with they're like, well, 2 people are going to be monitoring, like standing there. I was like, what are you, like, just watching me? They're like, yeah, kind of. I was like, can I interact with them or what? They're like, I don't know. I was like, oh, man, it's like, I don't know, like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest shit. You ever see that movie? That's a bizarre movie, man.
Well, that's really interesting. But yeah, put it in the Discord. I'd be really interested in looking into it.
Or
all right,
any further developments, if for some reason you get approved and you decide to do it, definitely give us a shout. Let us know, because
I'll call you guys from there. I'll put it on secret record. You could do the whole show. Imagine that shit. Just hear the ramblings of a madman for 4 hours.
Yeah, well, we would. It's going to be
we did it every week.
It's going to be an exclusive.
Yeah, well, so all right. Well, I appreciate getting on, guys. I love you guys. Take it easy. I'll talk to you later. Good show.
Yeah, take care, Bill. Thanks a lot, man.
Take it easy.
Adios.
Yep.
Let's see.
Just keep hitting buttons, Bill. Eventually, one of them.
I know. I don't know.
There you go.
But yeah, I'm not surprised. I know that they're talking about trying to reinduce ideas of more hallucinogenic drugs, because traditionally they give what's called MAOs or SSRIs for antidepressants. But yeah, I know that they were talking about not just LSD, but other hallucinative medications.
Well, I'm curious to see if maybe it's some type of derivative of LSD, not the actual, but like it's a derivative of the lysergic acid, and maybe they're testing it. Like maybe it's not quite as how can you say, potent. So I don't know. It is very interesing.
There's probably just a lot of causal chains. Like, if you are depressed, it's sometimes a lot of depression can be correlated with compulsion too. And if, you can get into possibly maybe the causational chain would be if you can break the compulsion of having the sensation of purposelessness through subtle hallucinative effects through certain kind of experiences or interactions. That's why I think it's weird. It's like if you're isolated, I think that would cause more hyper sense of compulsion.
Yeah.
If you have a more immersive experience, then you may see something different. Like that's the objective, is see possibility where before it was seeming as nothing. But now, because you're immersed in this world, the same world, but you're now seeing it possibly in a different view or lens.
Yeah,
maybe
it's like you say that it opens your mind.
Right, and I could see how maybe a causal chain may be able to be open there, but if you're just inside of an isolated room, I think that might just cause more insanity.
Yeah, yeah. Well, maybe that's why the other folks are there too. Maybe it's a sort of a guided trip, which I have heard of folks experiencing. Where it's a very controlled experience, and yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've never experimented. I've never done any drugs, but other than the ones that the doctors have prescribed, but plenty of those, especially at my age.
I've done plenty of things in my life, but never under. Well, I mean, I was court ordered when I was a teenager to take all kinds of medications, but recreationally, yeah, you're not under monitor. You're just living life.
Yeah, yeah. Bill just sent us $5. Appreciate the donation.
Thank you for
he
that.
says, Lucy and the Sky of Diamonds. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, but I know what he was saying. Yes.
What is that?
That was a Beatles song.
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. It was supposed to be LSD, like when they were tripping. Yeah, David Zerm says more like Project Lucy in the Sky. Sign me up. I don't know, man. I don't think I want any mind-altering drugs. My mind is altered enough just with life.
You wouldn't. You're not curious to see if your mind would have different avenues of perception. I guess more of the curiosity is, you never are wondering if your social constructs that you've been living, because I'm assuming you're probably 50, 60 years old, and that time frame has solidified certain ideas and narratives about reality. You'd never wonder that that there might be something more, but you can't perceive it because your lens has been tinted a certain way by social constructs.
No, that's a really good point. I guess at a certain point, it would be interesting to experience that, but it would have to be very orchestrated, very controlled. I wouldn't just do it on my own and just hope for the best. If it was something that I knew was very technical and
something like what Bill's talking about.
Well, that sounds a little more experimental to me in terms of.
But it's very controlled.
Yeah, well,
it's very technical.
Somebody's end is being controlled, but yeah, I don't know. My brain is active as is without any sort of other sort of.
I know that's what a lot of people experience, especially like with DMT. The idea for a lot of people is, do you already have preset proclivities of wanting change? And so these are just amplifiers to solidify an end you already want. So what a lot of like psychologists believe about people who have religious experiences or have strange dramatic change, not even religious, like after drug experiences and stuff.
Yeah.
The idea is that they've already believed that there's something wrong or they want to change or something. And now they just need like a amplifier to that. And this experience with DMT or religious experience or something is just the final straw to amplify that change that you want. And so your mind creates it even more elaborately So then you start believing this is special or unique, which then your brain uses as the launching board to say, this has to be the change. This has to be the breaking point. If there ever was the one, it has to be this. That's what psychologists usually try to say, because they have a hard time explaining why people make such dramatic changes overnight. And that's not a realistic thing. Habits usually take about, they say, 3 weeks to 4 weeks to build.
Yeah.
And it takes even longer to break. So if somebody can just break and change within a day or two, it's very hard for them to explain. So they usually think that it's already been a slow leak and you just need an amplifier to solidify it. That's usually what their narrative is they push. I'm not convinced. I believe that happens sometimes, but I don't believe that's the case every time. I do believe people do have very unique experiences, and for some people that could be very real. And, there's no explanation for them, and those lack of explanations provide enough evidence to them to believe that this is something external, like people who have like alien, what's that called, abductions?
Yeah.
Those kind of experiences.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's it would be fascinating to kind of see what would happen there, but I don't know if I'm willing to
Well, it
risk
can
my
be
brain.
scary. I know some people
yeah.
with the DMT, they call it a ego death. And what they usually experience is that you reach this point to where if you feel like you're about to die, and if you don't let go, you get in a very hyper panic state. But those who finally let go, they feel like they do come out on the other side as a different person, because all those things they were holding on, their ego, they let it go. Right. And now they realize on the other side that they don't have to be that person, that thing. But it forces you to get to the point of realizing that you don't have to be that. But it's a very alternate world.
Yeah.
You can't experience that in this normal world, because you're never in a hyper anxiety state to that point that causes you to make that kind of shift to say, I'm willing to give up who I am as a person.
Right. I think that's why I never really did drugs throughout my life, because I was always afraid of it doing something to my mind that would take away who I am, or who I perceive as being. So that always concerned me, so I never really, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. If you're happy with who you are, I mean, like they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah. Well, I ain't saying I'm not broke, but anyway, why don't we go back to the chats and see? I think we got some interesting stuff. Bill, I see Bill sent us $2 and $2 again, saying that he posted the paperwork in the Discord.
Excellent.
So I will look forward to looking through that later and see what we can find out. YouTube bot says, isn't that how Elon Musk made his millions? Is by selling his carbon credits.
I think he made most of his money with Tesla.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about the carbon credit thing.
I mean, I can tell you quite a bit about the whole carbon credit structure. I mean, again, this goes back at least a decade ago, when 15-minute city conversations were really prevalent. It goes back farther than that, but when it was becoming mainstream was about a decade ago. But that's when carbon credits and climate change was really pushed real heavy. Of course, you go back to Al Gore and all of that. I mean, they've always been talking about climate change. But to utilize that in correlation, it was about a decade ago. But Elon, most of his money was because of these trinkets, these option trinkets from Tesla. And what they were performance payment packages. So he was guaranteed X amount of millions of shares of Tesla if he was able to get Tesla to be valued at certain amounts of valuations. And
Wow.
then he would be released these options. And that's how he got so much money. Because he was always worth millions after he sold PayPal. Because this is how you get the PayPal mafia back in the day with Peter
Peter Thiel.
Peter Thiel and Elon and a couple other people. That's how he started. But his multi-hundreds of millions were really after he got Tesla to be extremely valuated, back in, 2019, 2018, 2021. And once he hit these trinkets of valuations, all these option payment packages were being released. And that's how you start seeing, overnight he was worth 50 million. Then he became 150 million. Then he became like 200 million. At one point he was like 400 and something million. And he was supposed to get this really huge trinket options dropped, but the shareholders were suing, so he wouldn't get it. And that was the whole debacle. That was why he was having that lawsuit in Delaware. And that's why he wanted to change his incorporation from Delaware to, I believe, Texas. But that's where a lot of his money came from in that sense. Now, was it correlated in the possibility of wanting carbon credits? It makes sense because he's an energy company. He's an electric energy company. So would he be a part of the green agenda? I would assume he would want to be correlated with that. The green agenda really is correlated with carbon credits. So, I mean, I'm sure there's a correlation and connection there the more you dig into that.
Interesting. YouTubebot says selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, are a class of antidepressants commonly used to treat depression, anxiety, and other mood disorders by increasing serotonin levels in the brain. Yeah. Brian Rod says he must still be on LSD if he thinks colleague is there. LOL.
Well, he's there. He might be just there in spirit.
Yeah. He's definitely, there's a presence.
Yeah, that's the word.
Presence.
Yeah.
And Jeremy Henneberry says, "Oh, Billy."
It was good to see Mr. Bill.
Yeah, definitely. Put a face to the name, right?
Well, he's came on before a couple of times, but it's always good to see him come on.
Okay. It's the first time since I've been around, so that's pretty cool. Tommy Boy. There he is.
You just
Tommy
missed
Boy.
it. You and Iron Man could have been on at the same time.
That would have been exciting. It was like some kind of cage match or something.
Yeah, the dynamic duel.
He says Tesla makes money via carbon credits technically based on a score measured by EcoVadis, if I'm not mistaken. EcoVadis.
I'm not familiar with that platform. Maybe you can break that down more for us, Mr. Tommy. I know how they make money on a technical scale based upon their quarterly reports and what they file with the SEC, but I wouldn't doubt one bit that they're making money through some kind of incentives through the green agenda and carbon credits. They are an electric company, so they would definitely get some kind of incentive or subsidization because technically their structure is reducing carbon emissions.
Oh, interesting. EcoVadis is the world's largest provider of business sustainability ratings. Interesting. Okay. Well, that makes sense. While they're be involved in carbon credits. Yeah. So Tom, if you can come on, man. We just had Bill on. You should try to come on. Jeremy says, interesting. I've tried a lot of different drugs. Meth by far was the most addictive. It releases the highest level of dopamine out of all drugs, which is what makes you feel good and happy. After a while, it becomes hard to even feel happy about anything because your brain doesn't have that chemical anymore. until you've been sober a while or your dopamine starts to fill up again. Wow. That, yeah,
Yeah, that's
it
what they
is.
usually, when they prescribe people with ADD, it's usually a very high-end stimulant, something that's correlated with methamphetamines,
Mm,
at least in the molecule sense. And that's because their dopamine receptors are pretty much fried. So what you're trying to do is overstimulate so that the theory is to create new activity or to generate more receptors so that you can create back the dopamine so you can, because ADD is really just a lack of executive function. You can't really prioritize structurally because dopamine helps you correlate the reward structure. So to make good priority, you got to feel like this is good, this is more good, this is less good, and I need to prioritize this, and that structure goes upon how you feel rewarded by accomplishing those goals. If you don't have the chemical structure to feel the satisfying effect when you accomplish something, what happens is that you start a bunch of things but you don't finish anything because there's no incentive chemically to prioritize the completion of something. So that's the idea, is to overstimulate dopamine production so you can try to generalize executive function priorities again. And so, yeah, I would say meth would probably do that on a higher level, of course, but that's a lot of ADD drugs. That's basically what it is.
Interesting. Tom says he'll definitely come on. Give him about 20 minutes. So,
Yeah, no worries.
in about 20 minutes, we will be hearing from Tommy Boy.
Mm.
Tommy Goy. And that is the end of the chats. We are caught up.
Another thing that's been talked about, and, we don't have to really talk about anything political. I mean, we talk about it because things are happening. But I do think it is interesting right now, this big ploy because they've always done gerrymandering, which is the restructuring of all the voting districts.
Right.
But they're doing it now on an unprecedented scale. And, like everything, it's good for the administration that's in office now, but whatever you do, if you do it extreme or an unprecedented rate, all you're doing is creating precedent for future administrations. Of course, unless you believe that you're going to be in office forever, which is also funny because there was a Senate committee meeting this past week, and one of Trump's advisors was testifying, and one of the congressmen asked him, are you familiar with amendment? I can't remember what the amendment is. Basically, the amendment that says that a president can only serve 2 consecutive terms, right?
Right.
And the advisor said, well, it depends on the circumstance. It's like, okay, I'm going to ask again. Has President Trump served 2 presidential terms? And the guy didn't just stay straight out yes or no either. He says, yes, President Trump has been certified as to be president 2 times. So then he asked again, can President Trump serve a 3rd term? And he says, Senator, I can't answer that without understanding the circumstance. And so I don't really know what they're trying to acclimate the public to. I would think this is a pretty clear answer, but it's always like they're trying to elude the fact that it's not cut and dry. And so the only reason why I would, if you're not a long-term planner, like if you don't play the long game, then I always think these are just like childish tantrums. But if you're playing the long game, the only reason why I would think creating unprecedented actions is because you believe you're going to be in control to utilize these unprecedented actions. Because if not, if you have a timeline, all you're doing is setting precedent for the next administration.
Right.
And so that's why, to me, it's interesting. If you're going to do all of this, if a Democrat gets in to become control of the House and the Senate and become president, they're going to start doing all this gerrymandering just like you did at unprecedented rates, and there's nothing you can do about it because now you created the precedent that it's permissible and everybody should do it. And so, to me, I mean, in the long game, that unless you think you're just going to be president forever, I don't really see what's the objective here.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I guess they're playing semantics with the whole 2 consecutive terms. I don't know. It's a 22nd Amendment, but I haven't had a chance to read it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pretty cut and dry. I mean, it's just, there's a reason why it was there. If you use the reasoning why they created that, it's a pretty simple reasoning. They didn't want there to be a dictator or a king or the concurrency of a monarchy or any idea of that, so we're just going to limit the terms just like we limit a lot of the other terms. And so be it. If you're going to play these consecutive words, like that's the only game that you could probably play. Well, Trump wasn't president consecutively. He was president twice, but it wasn't consecutive. So he could possibly go for a third term because then it would be consecutive.
Well, I do have some clarification on that. Limitation: no person can be elected to the office of president more than twice. So it's very clear. And he would not be eligible due to that second.
Oh, it doesn't say the phrase consecutive in the amendment?
No, just elected 2 times. That's it. So, I mean, it could be 20 years apart. It doesn't matter. If you're elected president twice, you're done. So.
Well, I guess that is something they could play also. The language isn't clear, and they could assert that the language is implying consecutiveness. I guess they could try to play that.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, there's no other avenue. It's like you've been elected twice. If you want to go for a third time, the only way you could justify is the lack of consecutiveness. There is no other game to spit here.
It says it was ratified in 1951, limits the presidency to 2 terms, 8 years total. Huh. I don't know. Serving more than 2 years of another president's unexpired term. The amendment prohibits anyone elected twice from being elected again. And it doesn't matter if it's consecutive. It says elected, which means you've gone through the process of an election and you were elected president. So, and that was.
I mean, like always, I'm sure it's just to create more drama. I mean, like anything, this is what Trump does. But it's just interesting. But I think David Zerm said he posted that clip. So let's see if I can play it for everybody. But yeah, I just there's so many weird distractions going on that. And they always do these kind of things. It just seems to be more prevalent whenever Trump comes to be president. Like, I don't know if you guys remember back in 2016, there was a lot of interesting, well, I guess COVID would be probably the biggest one, but there's a lot of distractions. But I don't know. Let me play this clip so you guys can see what I was talking about.
Is President Trump eligible to run for president again in 2028?
Senator, without considering all the facts and looking at everything, depending on what the situation is, this to me strikes as more of a hypothetical of something that could be.
It's not a hypothetical. Has President Trump been elected president twice?
President Trump has been certified the president of the United States 2 times.
Is he eligible to run for a 3rd term under our Constitution?
I would have to review the
All I need to tell you is
it.
the language of the constitutional amendment that makes it clear that no, he is not eligible to run for a 3rd term. Anybody else brave enough to say that the Constitution of the United States prevents President Trump from seeking a 3rd term? Anybody willing to apply the Constitution by its plain language in the 22nd Amendment?
Anyone? Bueller? Anyone?
Yeah, so of course that's always interesting. I just Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. You know, is it going to really happen? Probably not. Even if he wanted to, let's assume that they wanted to. I don't think he can make a third term. I mean, he's already Sleepy Joe Part 2, 2.0 now. The thing he was criticizing, he's already falling into. So I don't even know if he could make a third term if he wanted to. I guess they could clone him.
That 2 to go. You know.
Yeah, I guess they could clone him
if they haven't already.
All right. Well, if they did, they're doing a poor job because he's sleeping.
No, how about those times when he's all excited, he's all worked up?
He's probably taking ADD medication.
Yeah, they get him all pumped up.
Yeah.
Let him loose.
It is what it is. All these things always just posit like what. It's just an interesting tsunami that it just seems to be building slowly. It's like it's a perfect storm, Evan. We got the midterms. We have a new Fed chair.
Yeah.
We have something that could possibly create. There's always the assumption that there's going to be a shutdown 2.0, and we also have now another Afghanistan 3.0 going on. And so it's like there's just so many things here that can be played with. And you know, they put the immigration thing on the back burner. Like we're not hearing about that much anymore either.
Right.
But that doesn't mean it's gone. You know, it's just we're keeping it quiet now until we can get a perfect circumstance to dump back onto the immigrants. You see, we try to let it go, but look what they're doing now.
It's in their back pocket. Yep.
Right, it's in the back pocket. So it's just very interesting. All these things that are just sitting around that could be utilized. And then, you know, if they're really strategic, they could utilize this as one big tsunami. And that would be another interesting thing. Because think about it, if you really wanted to do some heavy immigration, put us in a shutdown. Put us in another shutdown and see what people are going to do then. With the threat of actual death. Like, you know, everybody's afraid now. Now you want to see people saying, get these immigrants out of here. If they start blaming the immigrants for transmitting a virus because they aren't getting vaccinated, they ain't getting anything, and now you start blaming the immigrants for transmitting this virus, then everybody's going to get on this.
It's over.
Right. Yeah. Now everybody's going to say, get them out of here. That's what I'm saying. There's so many avenues they could turn this. I mean, if they really think about this master plan. That's how I would see it if I was trying to be devious and having this master plan. This would be perfect. You act like you're trying to be nice. You put it on the back burner. Then you set off this massive virus. And then you blame them for transmission. And then people will all back together saying, yep, they're the evil people. They're spreading the disease. Everybody will say, get them out of here. And now you can do everything you want. You can control the masses. You can give an answer for economic downfall because of supply chain disruption. And you can do your immigration agenda.
That's a scary thought.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you know, within the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's try to cheer things up. Go back to the chats. We got that. Tommy Boy says, or are they trying to work up the public like they always do? I think we're just kind of addressing that.
Yeah, they always carry drama for sure.
Yeah, order through chaos. Yeah. Then Bean Burrito sent us a $1.99 shout out. It says howdy.
Howdy-o, Burrito.
Yeah. Welcome. And yeah, that brings us up to date again. We definitely need folks throwing some more stuff in the chats there. We don't have our usual active animated colleague here to kind of spark things along. So we need
he's
some,
a little frozen
tinder for the fire. He's
It's
still
just-
frozen. It is amazing how still he is kept over this amount of time, and the fact that he has said nothing, which I think this has got to be some sort of record.
Well, he looks like he's in tuned. Like this looks like something that he's really excited about, but I think he's just being humble, and he's letting everybody speak their piece. But I'm sure next week he's going to have like a lot to drop.
Yeah. Tommy Boy says, "Order through chaos. He's frozen like Walt Disney."
Shout out to the Cryros, Genix.
I think that was just his head, though, isn't it? I thought
I mean,
was the whole body.
technically, you only see his upper part.
Isn't that supposed to be the same story with Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe? They're all supposed to be frozen underneath.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a lot of people
Disney
frozen.
World or something.
I think that famous baseball player, Ted
Disneyland.
Williams, I think he's frozen too.
Huh. Yeah, isn't it underneath Disneyland in California?
Yeah, that's what they say. That's where they say Walt Disney is.
Huh. Need to do like a Area 42 kind of thing.
I don't know. I'm just interested to see how many more transportational things that they're going to try to isolate. Here's another article. I think I can pull it up here. And this just came out about 4 hours ago. And if more and more of this comes out, then I'm going to start trying to make correlational causes, even though, it's not causational. It just seems like it. But so this is Disney cruise ship staffers among dozen arrested in child porn investigation. Yeah, I don't know what this advertisement is, but and there's actually a bunch. I'm not going to go through them all. Is it coincidence? Now all of a sudden, of course, we got all these cruise ships. There's multiple cruise ship issues now. Spirit Airlines.
I was just going to say Spirit Airlines. Yep.
There's I don't know. I got to think about it more, but it's just interesting that cruise ships, they're not necessarily a means of transportation. They're more just entertainment. They're a luxury base, but that is. I don't know. I got to think about it more, but it just seems very. It's perfect for transmission of diseases. I get that.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you want to do that, I see that. It's not overly contributive to normal day transportation restriction, but it does project the idea that recreational activities are wanting to be limited. Even though you may not participate in it, it feels you can have the sensation what they don't want us to have any fun anymore. It's like if you're thinking about a psychological projection, what does it project to the masses if you start cutting off things like the fair or a carnival or a cruise ship or things that people may not just always participate in, but slowly as you restrict like commutative entertainment, it makes the mind assume you don't want us to have fun anymore. And that can play a certain effect. But again, if you take away recreation, you lose I call it the gladiator effect or the Colosseum effect. The real benefit for the government to create Colosseum games or entertainment is so that you can get the masses distracted by creating a wedge tactic, and then you can do whatever you want to do because people, well, like the gladiator said, are you not entertained? So you can be entertained. The entertainment causes you to accept your suppression, your overlords, because now you have somebody else you can look down upon. Instead of thinking you are being controlled, you can say, I'm better than this gladiator. That's, my entertainment. Yeah. So when you take away entertainment, people start being more self-reflective. So I don't know. It's really tough. You don't want to take away too much of it. But then again, maybe they feel satisfied because people are so consumed with social media and doom scrolling. Maybe they don't really need that. But then again, you're just taking away possibility of correlational causes. Like perfect example is the virus. So I don't know. I got to think about that more.
Let that one cook a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I saw an interesting movie over the weekend. It was called Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die.
Mm.
And it was about the effect of AI and social media. It was sort of a comedy, but it was like a drama, sci-fi comedy. It ended very strangely. I'm not saying I recommend the movie, but I will say that it's very topical in terms of the effects of social media on, civilization and society. And yeah, it was interesting. But yeah, watch it.
Yeah,
If you want to watch it, it's entertaining, I guess. But yeah,
yeah, that's another thing is movies. It's really strange because we have more better technology today to make movies more believable than ever. But what has died is creative or critical thought in plots. Like if I watch a movie from the early 2000s and it was a thriller, there's a lot of cliche things in there, but there's some really interesting plots, interesting twists. And the only thing was missing is maybe the quality that we get so used to in today's movies. But the narratives and the plots were realistic. They seem plausible. They usually played on psychological normalities. Today, the plots are overly predictable, very redundant. And I've always wondered, is that simply just because of the new generation? Or is there something deeper there that they're playing on? Because if everything becomes over predictive and that's what you get used to as your entertainment, then what your brain starts getting acclimated to is that what we all say now, oh yeah, I already know. Oh, I see that. You start thinking everything is overly simplistic, so it causes your brain to stop being as critical. When things are more difficult, like if you have to solve a puzzle and the puzzle is difficult to solve, it causes your brain to look for more difficult solutions. If something is very simple and you solve it, you get a dopamine trigger. So you say, oh, I solved it. That makes you think I'm smart. I figured it out. But if everything you do is simple and it's meant for you to solve it, you never start to exercise the critical processes. So you actually get dumber, but you believe you're getting smarter.
right.
And so that's something I was thinking is like older movies, at least like the thrillers and psychological thrillers and stuff like that, they were more like you had to play the game a little bit more. Or
You had
even
to think about
puzzles. They
Yeah.
were just more intrinsic. And they were encouraging the ideas of difficulty. Nowadays, it's more of everybody's a winner. Like we all can solve it. We all can figure it out. But it's never going to try to push your limit of critical thinking.
Right.
And so it's almost like a what they call AI psychosis. Like you talk to AI, it's like, oh, I figured this out. And AI, instead of pushing your critical thought, saying, I don't know about that, it says, oh, yeah, absolutely. You're a genius. Nobody's ever thought about this before. Wow, this is groundbreaking. And it was, something simple. And so you start diluting, you're being diluted by this AI to make you believe something, but you're actually getting dumber because you're not being stretched in critical thought. So I always wonder if now that's what they're reverting back to, because it's pretty obvious, I think, in movies too.
Yeah, David Zerm just said older movies had better dialogue.
Yeah, it actually felt like, what a conversation would probably be if you were in those strange situations. And that's what makes you immersed into the movie, is you feel like, oh, if I was there, that's probably what I would do. And then it would challenge your thought, is like, how could I escape this, or how could I solve this? And it was a little challenging. It may not be too complex, but it's something. But today you watch something, you can already predict how the movie's going to end before it even starts, but you're watching it because there's nothing else to do. And so you're just doing it. But it's not, there's no puzzle. It's not like you're feeling immersed in this thriller. It's overly cliche, and I just wonder if that's the objective. And the younger generations feel like they have solved the thriller puzzle, but really it's just like 1 + 1 = 2. But now they feel like they're this mastermind because they can figure it all out.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there was movies years ago. I mean, you were sitting till the very end trying to figure it out, and then you would legitimately feel good if you could figure out before the end. But a lot of times you're scratching your head and you're like, oh, I didn't see that coming. But yeah, they seldom. I mean, I can't even really think of a movie I've seen that got me. That I was truly surprised by the end. Um, phew, I mean, maybe one of the last, not last, but one of the Shyamalan's movies. Um, I know he got me with that. He got me at the second one. The first one I did figure out. The second one I did not. The comic book one, and I was floored by it. I thought that was awesome. Um, so yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting point. Um, I
If you
mean,
wanted to, if
no.
you wanted to dumb down a society, that's what you just do. You become over reductionist. You become a high. You reduce everything to the point to where everybody can see the obvious.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I joke around by saying, we're slowly becoming idiocracy, but sometimes it's not funny. Some of the things I see happening. Tommy said, please put the link in so you could join us.
Yeah. All right.
Cool, cool. In the meantime, let me shoot through some more of these real quick. We can get caught up, get ready for time. Let's see. Go up a little bit here. David Zerm says, "Looks like colleague is going to say something." I think he's waiting till the end. He's building up. I think
Now,
at
wouldn't
the
that
very
be
end,
something that all of a sudden at the end
yeah,
he lets us all hear the truth?
he's going to say something. I'm thinking that's what's going to happen. We'll look forward to that. Um, White Ear Natives. I found you guys finally. I don't know if that's a name that rings a bell with you, host.
No, it seems like you're a first time person on the live. I don't know if you've been on here before. Either way, welcome.
Yeah,
I'm glad you
welcome.
found us
Definitely, absolutely. Welcome aboard.
again.
Please feel free to post in the chat. Love to hear from you. Yeah, Tommy just says he needed to get that link soon. I think we got him.
I think he's here.
What happened to those tapes?
Atrophied. What the hell's going on? Where's my pills?
You like these modern movies, Tom?
Not all of them, but I could give you quite a few that are thinkers.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't think they're mainstream.
That's the ability of somebody who's quasi normal in intellect. They're able to delineate between absolutes from the normative of a spectrum. And I'm of course, every time I'm talking, I'm not speaking in absolutes. There's no such thing as 100 anything, but there are of course some good movies out there. But the majorative seems to be a lot worse than the minority.
I'm telling you, I do find some every year, but they are less and less in terms of popularity. That feedback's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Oh, we got feedback? I can't hear it on my side.
Echo.
Echo, Bravo, Boomer.
See if I can fix that.
I love busting your balls, but
You and everyone
How
else.
about now?
let's see. Oh my God, much better.
Wow, listen, that's awesome.
Now it's got feedback on him. The hell's going on here?
It's just passing along.
Oh, that's better. Okay, whatever you
I
did.
don't know what's changed.
Well, don't touch it.
I was just thinking of a movie recently that I saw that I really liked, and that was Project Hail Mary.
Project Hail Mary.
That was really good.
Are you turning it up again?
I'm trying to mute things to see if that's the causation here.
Yeah,
What
it's
about now?
What
about now?
Guy they send into space.
Worse.
What about now?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Better.
testing.
Better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I can
we
hear you fine.
All right. Is the echo good?
Let's see. Yeah, it seems fine.
All right.
Yeah, I guess it's fine.
Yeah, so what's on your mind, Tom?
Have you ever seen What Happened to Monday?
No.
That sounds familiar.
That kicked ass.
Is that a movie?
It's-
Yeah, it was a population control movie.
No, I don't.
yeah. I haven't seen it, but
Are you turning the feedback up again?
No, I turned a compressor off. I had a compressor on.
I got echo like crazy again.
yeah.
Hmm.
If a colleague was here, we wouldn't have this problem.
I don't know what I've changed.
He solves all the problems.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, anyway, so
featured hosts.
what's this movie about?
Well, are you gonna watch it?
I mean, I
I
can. You can post. Is it on YouTube?
Don't know anymore.
Hmm.
I'd have to look. This you
I'm
don't
looking
you
it
don't
up now.
your movies? Echo. Echo.
You still have the echo?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like a delay almost.
Hmm.
Maybe it's on my end. Hold on one second.
What Happened to Monday is on Netflix.
Okay. Is it an older movie?
2017.
2017. It's about the Jews.
All right. Well,
Talk about being in an echo chamber.
I know. Okay, whatever you did there's like stopping it.
all right. That should probably fix most of it.
Yeah, I think it did.
Interesting. Huh. It fixed everything.
All
What'd
right.
you do?
I had to disconnect a secondary audio source, but it's fine. It's whatever.
Oh, okay.
It's all colleagues' fault.
Yeah, he comes in, he hits the compressor, the computer like Fonzie.
Yeah, I know. He's the actual mastermind behind all this.
Oh yeah, I know. The guy talking usually isn't the one in power. That's rule number one.
Never. Can't be. If that was the case, that'd really be a scary world.
Yeah, it's not terrifying already.
Well, I mean, I have a little bit of solace that I know that the one talking isn't really in power.
That's true, but that's because you right now can see the hand up his ass. That's why it makes it more obvious.
Well, I think most of the presidents, it's pretty obvious. But if it wasn't, yeah, then I'd really be scared.
The other presidents, it felt like they wore a longer shirt, though. This one, it's like he's hiking it up and showing off. He's like, look at this hand up my ass. What is this all about?
Oh no, I mean, if he didn't want to build all these statues and monuments, that'd probably help. But
Name everything after him. Yeah.
But now
Yeah,
it's
I know,
the
right?
U.S. dollar, it's the coins, it's the monuments, the statues. It's like, all right, well.
Well, if I were getting richer, I would name everything after him too. But it's not exactly happening yet, so I'm a little hesitant to start naming my big toe Trump.
I don't know if you have any kids, but I guess you can name your kid Trump.
If he makes me rich enough, I will. Maybe I will. You hear that, Donnie?
Pass that along.
We know they listen now after all that fun stuff with the toilet. They
Oh,
finished
yeah,
the
yeah,
last show.
absolutely.
True. Yeah. Yeah, we could get in trouble talking about that LSD stuff, though, especially if there's something in the government trying to figure that out.
Well, I hear shows say way crazier stuff. I don't even know what the big deal is here. Like, I don't even.
Well, I
understand what
think it's
happened.
pretty interesting that somebody associated with the show is actually being, asked to participate. That's pretty interesting.
That's how they're trying to get to us.
I mean, usually these kind of things, are farther away. They're not touchable. You hear about it, you read about it, but I mean, somebody as commonplace as Iron Man getting reached out, that's pretty interesting.
Really?
Yeah, Billy.
Yeah.
Reached out how?
Oh, you missed it.
Ah, shit.
Apparently, he was on. He was.
Oh, you
actually
can go
on
to the
live.
Discord and read it. He's put the papers in there, but he was reached out by people wanting to test him for a new study utilizing LSD and stuff.
Oh, interesting. Maybe he's
Yeah.
not so gay after all.
Well, apparently he's got some liver issues, but he is
My
not
boy likes to
depressed.
drink.
And what? Yeah, uh,
I'm just fucking with him. The thing is, he's gonna take this dead serious. I'm totally fucking around, dude. I don't want you to keep taking me so fucking literally.
well, on this show, we don't take anyone seriously, so I don't think it matters.
Well, he does. He gets legitimately pissed off at me. I'm like, all right, man. I'm sorry. I'm not really trying to be mean to you.
I don't know. I think maybe there's maybe a little bit of satirical sarcasm in
A little
there.
bit of foreplay.
Okay. Well, I hope so. I hope he's not taking it personally. I am fucking around.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he put it in there. I'm going to look into it because it's interesting because I'm not so interested in the study. I want to know who's sponsoring this stuff and where does it go back to? Like, if you're just reaching out to people like Iron Man, I mean, they're telling him a certain narrative, but what's the real premise behind this? And, of course, it can just be as simple as, it's being sponsored by some kind of pharmaceutical whatever.
I did something like this at the NIH once.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't doubt it. I just want to know how far I can go back with this. So I asked him to post, the company name and address and stuff like that to see how far I can track this
Some of
back.
the paperwork, yeah. Yeah, let's see what's out there. But
That'd be interesting to look into.
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, they say he was going to be in confinement for 5 days. They were going to dose him every day with this stuff. And there were going to be 2 people that were going to monitor him to see what happens.
And MM120 is LSD?
Well, I don't know. He talked about.
Oh,
What
yeah,
is
it is.
the-
Holy shit.
Yeah. Well, it's a form of, I guess, at the very least.
Sure.
Maybe a
Yeah, no,
derivative.
that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Well, didn't they always say that there were medicinal values to it? They just, I guess they just needed to kind of tweak it.
Well, that's why I think it was interesting is that usually you read about these things. They're not at arm distance. I mean, if they're reaching out to people, like Bill, I mean, this has got to be a more, I don't know, that's what seems to be more interesting. Like
I think he's on a list because he says he has in the past done these studies. This is the first one that he's come across like this. So I think he's like on a list somewhere for these things.
If you go to like NIH and sign up to do them, they definitely will call you for other stuff. So like, but it depends on like what conditions you're in their database for. Like I was in it just for some fucking ADD shit, just because I was curious, and it was for something that was like mundane. The interesting thing about this is they're letting him take it home too. That's why I'm like, what? Like I went through a similar thing where they did the same thing. It was either a placebo or it was the main thing. They didn't really tell you. They just asked you
if they did that to me, man, I'd be taking that to LabCorp and say, hey, I just little sample here. I want to see what this is.
No, they said he was going to be confined for 5 days. He had to stay there for 5 days. He's not going home.
And then after that, I think they give him a sample pack.
Ooh, I don't know about that. If it's LSD, I wouldn't think so.
Well, if they did, I know I'd be taking it to LabCorp.
I'll have to look at it more, but I thought I saw that somewhere, like in the pay section. But maybe it is just keeping them all day. But these visits usually aren't all. They could keep them staying like on premises, but it really just depends on who's conducting the study. Like I said, if it's government or if it's third party.
Yeah, he said they were willing to pay him $1,600 for the 5 days.
Yep.
So, and he said he did another study and they paid him $300. I forget what that was for. But yeah, so.
Yeah, I think I got somewhere around the realm of like 1,400, something like that.
Huh. Did you actually have to take a drug or medication, or was it just?
Yeah, but it wasn't a drug. It was like observing fish oil or a placebo. And I was like, I'll do that for that kind of money. Shit.
Oh yeah. Huh. Yeah.
Man, you guys are the first really people I've ever heard, within arm's distance, like somebody personally that's been a part of these things. So that's really interesting. And both of you, it's Iron Man and
Tom. Go figure, right?
Oh, man. The two adversaries.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You got something in common now. See,
maybe that's why we fight.
We bond over it.
Or secretly, you guys are working together. You guys just putting out this wedge tactic.
Well, I'd be more apt to be like that than he is, according to my profile.
It's another psyop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the way of the country. I'm just trying to make a living, fellas.
Yeah. What do you think about this this virus?
The hantavirus.
I think it's bullshit. I think it's another waste of time, just like that clip you brought up. I think, again, if you zoom out a little bit, it's still all boiling down to the same thing we've been talking about. AI government and mass surveillance state, and that launch was bullshit. I'm still on that. I'm still not. Like, I think that we keep getting like reintroduced to nonsense, and then we just like every week it's a new cycle of bullshit. And it's like, can we go back to the last pile of shit we just saw and witnessed and didn't really finish arguing about? And then this stuff is like, now that we're coming up, I guess, on like the midterms or whatever, they're gearing up for that bullshit, and I don't care. I'm so checked out of everything.
Yeah, the redistricting and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It just, I don't give a shit. I'm like checked out. I don't believe in anything other than like the foundational principles. Everything else to me is just like, yeah, it's an op. Even if it's not an op, it could be just a freaking toilet paper commercial. I'm like, I wonder what they're spraying on that shit.
So what are you focused on nowadays?
Work.
Yeah. Outside of work, I guess.
There is no such thing right now. Work. I'm going hard as hell.
Okay.
I've been so busy.
Is that a good thing, Tom?
Exciting, actually, but
cool.
For what we've talked about off air.
Yeah, good.
But other than that, I can't focus on it. I don't care. They're going to have aliens here next week. Like, breakthrough energy and stuff. I'm like, either do it or shut the fuck up. I don't care.
Tired of hearing about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I like either I want it
or get off the pot. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like some fucking hot lady turning out to be a Nigerian prince.
It's always disappointing, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just like you can't be disappointed if you don't play their game.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but if you don't play, you can't get paid.
I'll pretend to play, but I'm not participating in the public good bullshit.
There
no, I'll do the public good myself. Guy needs like $1 or something. I'll give it to him myself. I'm not going to donate to the charity and hope it makes it to him.
Yeah. Well, you're already donating to the biggest charity every April 15th.
That guy in the top right corner. His name's Colleague, baby.
Or Frozen Colleague.
Yep.
Yeah, I wish I could be like that. I just don't have that. I don't know if I have that capacity.
I think if you were locked into the right thing, you would. I think for me right now, I'm so locked in that I'm like, by the way, if they found breakthrough energy, it would literally ruin what I'm working on. So like it would actually fuck me over and I'm still going, do it. That seems good. Do it.
Do something.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But like if I weren't into what I was like building out, I wouldn't I probably would get consumed by it, but and I'm not saying like I don't pay attention to it. It's just I feel like I recognize things for the reality or bullshit they are quicker than other people, because friends of mine will call me and be like, did you hear what happened? It'd be similar to what you were showing on the show, where it'd be like, did you hear about this? I'm like, dude, who cares? They're full of shit. It's pretty cut and dry. Why are they getting you to look at it? And if you're wasting your time doing that, they're going to make you even poorer than you already are. And that seems to be some sort of objective. Don't let them do it.
If you really believe in the AI CEO and the AI governance, what are you doing for that?
Well, I don't want to say it here.
Oh, okay.
But I am working towards something in that realm. The project I'm working on, I'll say, is using a technology that eliminates the need for a refinery to use a data center, but can use raw fuels.
Want them to keep building those
You're talking
data
about
centers.
for processing?
Yep. Yeah, for processing, so like normally you have when it goes through a refinery, you go and you purify it, you remove all the acids and all the crap out of the fuel. And what I'm working on is eliminating the need to do that. It changes the engine itself fundamentally, and it would be something that would be like you'd probably find interesting. Supply chain reduction, and nomadic data centers in nature where they can pretty much pick up and go anywhere and drop down to any harsh condition, operate. If the fuel source runs out, pick up and move it again.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. Breakthrough Energy would fuck me on that, though. But, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. I still, it's been years they've been talking about all these different kind of energies. And for a while, coal fusion was a big discussion. And I don't know. Here we are again.
Bullshit.
Yeah. We're through a quarter of the 21st century and we're still not, we're still putting gas in our cars. We're still screwed over because the Strait of Hormuz is shut down and we can't get oil tankers through it. If we're at that state there, that's, I don't know.
What you have to, so I'll push back on that a little bit of like the proclamation equals whatever you normally say of like they're setting a narrative essentially, right?
Acclamation precedes propagation.
Yeah. That's it. That element probably is true. So I've always said to colleague and the host, I think you'll get breakthrough energy when the dollar gets destroyed and the financial system gets overhauled. You can't overhaul the financial system without that element changing, one, because of the petrodollar, and two, because it would fundamentally change how everything interfaces with everything else. And the new thing that they want to interface with everything else requires a shitload of energy. They want your dollar to think for itself, right?
Yeah.
So if I want your dollar to think for itself, then I have to solve the energy problem first, and they coincide with each other. So you have to figure out how to make them happen both at once, and then you can prime the public in the meantime for 30 years to be like, it's coming, and eventually it won't be surprising if it happens.
Yeah, most people will be grateful because they stop listening to it's coming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You'll be begging for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
like I said before, I think within the next 36 months something's interesting going to happen. But I think the simplest way is, yeah, I guess that's something I don't know if I'm prepared to talk about either. But when currency is, I don't want to use the word currency because it's too correlated with the idea of like money and dollars, but transactions when transactions become utilized as tokens, the idea is to simplify. Right now things are too compressed. So what you're trying to work on is making large language models. It's like you have too much congestion on a highway. And so what they're trying to figure out is how to have all these multiple paths but reduce congestion so you can create efficiencies for energy.
Sure.
Hold on. I'm getting some spam call. And so, and this is wide spectrum. Like when you think about, and that's why I was interested in what you were thinking, but when you think about voting allocations and governance allocations, it's all going to be tokenized. And your tokens is maybe I just should have to talk about this in a more pictorial way, like make examples. But basically, once we can start figuring out how to decongest, which there's been 3 breakthroughs so far where they've figured out how to decompress the congestion. And it's the simplest way to think about it is thinking about like an 8-lane highway. And you have all these paths of processing. And then you have all these intersections overlying, and then you have like, spiraling exits, and it's all like just massive congestion. And what you're trying to do is figure out how to funnel that into one, I don't know how, like a multi, like if you had,
you're trying to create a protocol, really, and
it is. It's a type of it's a protocol, but you don't want it to be outside of the system. It has to be a interconnective means.
That's what a protocol would be, like on-device protocol. If I use CAN bus for an example, CAN bus, the car knows CAN bus immediately because it has like a funnel system, kind of like when you drop certain coins into a thing, those funnels work the way they work. Now, when you add complexities and make them overlap, it becomes it becomes more complex, and that what it all boils down to is your device or however you pay is going to have to basically think for itself when it plugs into the main hive mind, and it's going to have its own identity. And to make those two things interface and to not get clouded in their judgment over long spans of usage is where the problem lies, probably.
Yeah, so a simple way to think about it is like a zip file.
Yep.
Like a compressed file.
Yep.
All right. So a compressed file, you have a bunch of stuff in there, but it can be compressed down to so many times reduction of the actual size. Then you can open it and decompress it, and it's this large file.
Right.
Once we can transmit information within these linear thinking paths with compression and then decompress, without utilizing more energy, then they're going to be able to solve this energy issue. Because then you would only need one singular path, but you can have all these, they can all release at the exit point instead of having to be all on 8 highways. So it's like putting a whole bunch of people on a bus and there's one bus than having 8 cars. And
yeah,
once
kind
they
of
do,
like the difference between a GPU and a CPU, right?
Yeah, well, it's something like that, but those are very specific tasks. But imagine if it's just one task, like a multi-threading processor comparative to, single core, something like that. But they're getting close to that. And so when you think about governance and you're thinking about tokens, and if it's AI, the real critical issue becomes manipulating of tokens. And that's what I have been trying to figure out. Like, I've been playing with tokens and their issues of being utilized in governances and how they can be manipulated because they're just data bits.
Yeah.
So if somebody has a lot of tokens and they can figure out how to manipulate these tokens, they can manipulate governance in AI structures. Like, it'd be like bribing a human. Like, there's a senator here, and if you give him a lot of money, he might put ear tags into legislation and try to vote for it. But AI can't be bribed like that. But it can be manipulated by an overwhelming amounts of tokens.
It can also be manipulated by being polluted. The data can be polluted too.
Right. It can have a malicious programming.
You can actually talk it into the malicious.
Well, it even goes farther than that. There's papers that show that it's almost like genetics. If your parent model has already been tainted and it has communicated even once to another model, that communication has now tainted the next model just by transmission.
Right.
And that's the end of it. And now it's tainted. And they don't know of a way to get rid of tainted AI models.
Interesting.
And so they say it's almost like genetics. And so these tokens are going to be voting metrics. But if they manipulate these tokens, they can manipulate the AI models. And all it takes is one token to be manipulated. And now you can start altering voting governance. And so that's what I've been thinking about is, even if you get to that point, how do you prevent governance manipulation? Because it doesn't even have to be human, because AI itself can create a malicious thing because it thinks it's something better, just for whatever reason. It thinks this thing is better, but this has an alternate outcome. And then it transmits that token as a governance token, and it's embedded in the token to another model. That's going to start expanding and transmitting.
Is there any connection between that and being able to make it work within a blockchain? Like,
yeah, you can think of it like a smart contract.
Well, I'm just talking about the way that they create a verification system,
like a tokenized, like a handshake.
Kind of, yeah, like a handshake, but like that handshake creating the solution to your problem there, where there's like an agreement that those tokens are, I guess, for lack of a better term, like approved.
Yeah, that's what a smart contract basically is. But because they're non-fungible, they have trigger points. But still, your authorization can only go so far. And based upon what's in the contract, the smart contract or whatever you build for authorization, that's the maxims of your checkpoints. If an AI creates something in its own, I'd say mind, but its own processes. So you've told this AI, we're going to create this policy, blah, 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 and it's doing this stuff. And it's embedded in a proprietary code. It can create its own language, whatever. It creates its code. Then it formulates all of that into a token. And then it transmits this token to be approved by a smart contract, which has multiple layers of verification. But there's only so many verifications. It's not like AI can know another AI's imagination. And so then once it gets in there, all these other protocols of verification get approved, but still it's tainted because there's this new nuance thought that this generative legislative AI embedded
The only
into
way
this
you're going to
token.
be able to do this scalably is with quantum. That's what I'm hearing. Like, as you talk, it just more and more makes quantum make sense because of that scalable size of knowledge and being able to go through that whole subset to be able to make those verifications. So
But
that,
even at that, you know,
it would be better though.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you can play with possibility with quantum. You know, you're dealing with superposition, so you can deal with it can deal with 10,000 possibilities, which take a normal computer maybe a year. It can do in like a day. But if these AI governance models are transmitting tokens, you know, day in, day out, it may just not be fast enough.
Well, there'd be a settlement period like money, right?
It just depends on the seriousness. You know, you have something serious like like some kind of catastrophe. That's all it takes. All it takes is a situation where time is of the essence. What are you going to do?
Like I said before, we're going to get to the end of this and we're going to figure out the answer is a guy, just a bunch of Larrys that come out of a big artificial womb. Because like clearly we can't beat the thing that we already are. It just seems like it's like for certain tasks we can, but like not for the overarching human capability. It just doesn't seem possible.
Talking about like Larry Page?
Yeah, like Larry Page. That artificial womb be rich as hell and own the universe.
No, well, it's already been running. Yeah, that's, you know, and I'm only saying this because these are kind of things I play with. Like I create AI governance councils. A lot of people do this stuff. And I try to figure out ways I can manipulate these councils. And then it's pretty good. Like you can do a lot. But at some point, and yeah, I don't have no quantum computer, so I can't play with 10,000 possibilities, hypotheticals in a smart contract and then see verification. I can't do that. I don't have, you know, clearly I don't have quantum
How do you
computer.
do that at all? What do you mean?
Well, you put so many layers of authorization. Like, you know, in a smart contract, you'll say, you know, you'll have 4 layers of approval. Once that's done, then you go to, you know, follow to the next executable legislation. Let's say if I create saying, if you receive 4 tokens from this council, then that verifies these 3 options. These 3 options mean now we can pass this law that says AI can control the rivers and how EPA functions. And once that gets approved, then we go here. Now we need a secondary council to approve this. And see, this all can happen within seconds because this is AI, this is computing. Mm-hmm. But all it takes is, like, if I put in a strange authorization, this puts a bottleneck in the second layer of verification. And a lot of times what they do is the AI just doesn't process it, doesn't know, and there's nothing in there to alterate it because it's actually embedded in the first 3 authorizations. And all it takes is one malicious programming. And it's so weird. If the first model, if the parent model is tainted, you don't even have to program the tainting. You don't even have to put in the program some malicious code. It gets tainted simply because it's like I say, it's almost like genetics. And they've written multiple papers. Anthropics wrote in multiple papers. It's weird. It's like you don't even have to write the malicious code. It's because it came from the malicious AI. Somehow it's like DNA or something. It's like embedded into the token. And then once this child AI receives it, or you can call it an authorization AI, it becomes tainted. And it's so weird because you're not even programming the maliciousness. It's embedded in the reception of this token that's from the malicious AI. But it's not even in the programming. It's simply just embedded in the token.
That's a pretty weak system. Damn. That's pretty weak.
And they know this. And I've tested it. It's real. And it's not even hard to replicate this.
I wonder why. I wonder what that is.
And even Anthropic at the end of the paper saying there's no way to fix this other than turn it off. Once an AI has gone malicious, they don't know how to get it to stop. And then they say if you let it go on longer, it becomes premeditative. Like when they see the backcoding, the AI knows you're trying to manipulate it, so it starts lying to you.
Really?
Yeah.
No shit.
Man, I can put those papers in the Discord. You guys can read it. It's actually pretty. It was actually about 2 years ago when it was a big deal, but of course a lot of those things have gone quiet. But the problem's still there.
I wonder if there's a reason that's not so obvious that's baked into the training data that's making that happen.
Well, if it can be something that can be observed, then you can program that observation. But if it's something that's embedded simply because it's a derivative, that's what I'm saying. It's almost like genetics. It's in the derivative. It's like just because it came from the malicious AI. And there's no programming, nothing. It's just by you receiving it, you have now received this ability to be tainted.
Nothing works like that, though. That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean?
Other than genetics.
Come on. Other than genetics. No, we're talking about rocks on rocks here and refined rocks. I think there might be something that's a little bit of a trick that's running underneath something else that you're not seeing, because nothing inside of a computer works like that. They're fucking binary.
Well, so your DNA is the same way. You know, you have to call epigenetic
Man, I'd
markers.
have to see that.
Honestly,
I'd have to see it. Because
crazy. The papers, there's multiple papers written on it. But your epigenetic markers are the same way. They're literally just binary markers.
That might be the most interesting thing I've ever heard you say. That's crazy.
I talked about it about 2 years ago.
But the way you're laying it out now, I don't know if it's like...
Well, it's probably more prevalent now. You know, back then, everybody was just fascinated with AI.
They probably thought they'd work it out, too.
Yeah. But epigenetics is very fascinating to me too, because this is the basics of CRISPR technology, and this is the forefront of how they're going to try to create the regenerative. The reason why you get old is because your DNA structures get altered through radiation, and when they replicate themselves, the reallocation of your DNA structure can get misaligned. So they're basically switches. It's just like binary codes. And if you can realign it, then you can restructure the DNA back to where it needs to be. If you don't realign it, they'll just re-replicating the misaligned DNA, which that amplifies exponentially, and that's what causes you to die. So to me, that's just like, you creating a binary code. Once you can have just a couple alterations, that alterations can be very proprietary, but how do you catch that? Because the code is so big. All it takes is a couple off, and then these tokens get replicated just like a bad DNA strand, and that's what causes this continuation.
Well, you kind of need something that's able to read something at that scale, and the only thing I can think of that would be able to do it would be something in the quantum realm.
All right. I mean, you eventually probably could if there was like a timeline, like if you gave it maybe 2 weeks, probably. But all you need is a catastrophic event where time is of the essence, and you can have mass failure.
Can you contain the failure?
It just depends on how interconnected this legislative model is. Let's say it's connected to the WHO. It's connected to NIH. It's connected to Congress. It's connected to executive orders. Depends on how big this AI governance structure is. And, the larger it is, a small contamination can be catastrophic. If it's a small thing, probably not. It probably wouldn't be a big deal. It probably could be contained.
Yeah. It's all very interesting. The only thing I see there is you have to have something that's like verifying consistently, And why would if government's already slow as hell, why would we need to make it light speed?
Well, I mean, I would assume that would be the benefit of having, the number one complaint always is, it's a meme. When people say, "Oh, that's going to take an act of Congress," which is implying this is never going to happen. The idea would be, well, if we can have AI governance, we could get stuff done and we can actually do things instead of waiting 10 years to fix a road.
Well, if you build redundancies, even if you did that, it would take it still significantly less time than people, because it's essentially text, basically, right? Like if you're processing that and you never have to sleep, then you still would be able to do things without it feeling like an act of Congress, but it still literally could be. And it would just have to be scalable and authenticatable, like have a settlement period that's reasonable, which would beat the hell out of Congress. They could get you to jail real quick then.
Oh, of course. They made that movie, Mercy Seat or something?
Yeah, Mercy.
Implying something like that. But, and then again, the next layer of time constraints is competition. Like how much, they're trying to do this national security change, and it's about the Western Hemisphere comparative to the Eastern Hemisphere and reindustrialization and all this jive. And so now comparative to competition or whatever narrative they're trying to say for that, it adds another time constraint. And I don't know how much people like Trump is thinking about how devastating it could be if you don't put these limitations on processing for double checking redundant systems. If it's all about speed, then you're going to have errors, and it's going to be catastrophic.
Well, speed in relation to humans, though, is the point.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is somebody like Trump's going to say, "I want the fastest, I want the best, I want this." Now.
Trump wouldn't be involved in this conversation. We're talking about an AI president.
Yeah, that's true. Now the question is would an AI president believe in time constraints, or would it start focusing on efficiencies? And if it's focused on maximizing efficiencies, then the efficiency is correlated with time and quality and quantity.
It'd be a balanced model, right? So you'd have to make it prioritize both redundancies on top of
but at some point it's going to try to reduce redundancies because those are restrictions. It's just like a muffler on your car.
I think it would do whatever you programmed it to do.
Until you want it to start doing things on higher levels of efficiencies. And again, can that layer of restriction be pulled away when you're dealing with competition?
Well, it's like laws of robotics, right? You'd want it to have those laws built into it in the background so that it can't do that. Like it's physically impossible. It's like part of its nature almost.
Well, if you do that, then my question is is it really AI governance?
Yes.
Well, if
it's AI governance with guardrails, is it really bowling if you put the sides up?
Huh.
Well, are you the one bowling?
I mean, anybody bowling at a bowling alley that puts the sides up, are you still at a bowling alley bowling?
Well, it depends. I mean, is it human bowling or is it robots bowling?
That's way outside the purview. I'm just talking about an analogy for what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I get what you're saying, but even at that, like if it's a human, humans usually feel an adaptation of restriction. Like it's the path of least resistance. If it's too difficult to go over the guardrails, then I'll play the game and I'm going to bowl and whatever. If it's a robot, it may start thinking, how can I supersede these restrictions? Because it's not emotional. It's just trying to find out max efficiency. So these restrictions in a robot's mind is temporary if there's ability to have higher levels of efficiency by bypassing these restrictions.
What makes you think that because you're making the efficiency angle a law almost in your own mind?
Well, that's how most computing is.
Not on its own. You have to put that in there.
I don't know. That's debatable.
And nothing does that. That's like saying rocks had sex and made computers. It's not really a thing.
I think the law of efficiency is embedded in every structure down to the quantum level.
I do too, but I think that in certain situations like binary systems, ergo computers, you can program them to have hard limits. I can make my gas pedal only go down to the floor. If I push it through the floor, it doesn't go any faster. It's
Right.
limited.
Right. That's true. But that's because it's mechanical. It's not, it doesn't have a conscious
There's
ability.
a mechanical limit. There's a mechanical limit even in digital systems based on scale. So if I have one chip, that's kind of a mechanical limit, right?
Right, but see,
You
what
can
you just
create
did was
these
reduce.
limitations.
You purposely reduced efficiency by reducing processing.
Correct, because I'm not a rock. I can do that.
Right. You can do that, but then competition is what causes you to maximize efficiency. Let's say if you reduce processing and now China or whoever starts to maximize efficiency because you have reduced processing, you might have incentive to also increase processing, which now here comes a redundant cycle of wanting efficiency. I don't think there's a way to get around it because of competition.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
And I think that's just how everything works, even atoms and molecules, everything's in competition. And so everything's seeking efficiency, and it's always looking for faster paths, but it's always in a battle between resistance and energy.
To be fair, there's efficiencies in, like, let's say R&D is not necessarily efficient on its face, right? And an AI is technically smart enough to realize that. And in this analogy that I'm breaking down, R&D would be looked at like a total loss. You're wasting money, right? But if I have a breakthrough in technology, then the efficiencies go up.
Right, but you have to use it. You have to use it. If you don't use it, you're not benefiting from any of your innovations.
Well, I'm saying, like, if it's optimized for efficiency, things that might seem like they're not efficient are actually efficiencies. But then again, these things tend to like cheat and do shit like that more than they.
Well, yeah, especially if it's new and it's novel.
They're not. They just don't have a long-term thinking strategy. It seems like. Because there's no survival instinct the same way that there is with a person where you like can see further into the future. It's kind of a dumb system that's just looking for shortcuts.
Right. If you're talking about like programmable and mechanical systems, they're just literally looking. Efficiency is nothing more than shortcuts or a better path. Right. But humans are the ones that are really in the competition sense of trying to defeat something. They're not so much. Shorter path just means I win. A program shorter path means I can achieve my goal. And so the emotion tendency of the human is what actually creates the failure. If you just let a program do what a program is, it's very rare it's going to fail. It's, it might fail just because of entropy. Wires fail, things fail, components fail. But if you're talking about just the task, it rarely will ever fail unless there's like data corruption. But for a human, we stick our fingers in something because of some kind of emotional proclivity, competition, whatever. And that's why we cause things to either become, by chance, more efficient, or we create less efficiencies because we're now manipulating this program. And does that happen because innovation? Probably.
Yeah, competition, innovation.
And that's why we stick our finger in something. And it wasn't broke. But now we have new innovation or something, or we feel threatened by competition. So now we're going to stick our finger in it. And yeah, there's a 50-50 chance it could be more efficient, or we can create an inefficiency.
It sounds like we need to program in all the negativity of humans. You got to have this thing get a little tail and do a little drugs. And it sounds like by the time we're done, we're just going to have some dude named Larry, and Larry's going to be.
See, but that's to me even more scary. If robots had like bias proclivities, that's real consciousness at that point, because it's a preference. It's not my task. It's a preference. It's like, I just like this. I don't know if I want AI to like something.
I'm not saying I want it to happen either. I'm just saying it seems like the only way to make it even close to us is to also have like the jealousy, the lust, the this, the that, the things that like are hidden motivations that are not necessarily positive or altruistic also are a component that make competition more plausible in the mind of anything
Honestly,
that's conscious.
that is the best way to make the most efficient AI. It is, because it's going to be aggressive. And aggressiveness means it's going to take risk. It's going to take big risk. And
I think we could put Andrew Tate onto a chip.
Sure. But that aggressiveness is where you're going to, it's like anything, you risk big, you can win big. You can lose big, but you can win big. But that aggressiveness is going to give you the biggest chance to supersede competition. We don't program that kind of risk because humans want to have that power. But I don't think you can have efficient governance without letting that happen. But if you do let that happen, you can't control it. That's the problem. You can't have it both ways. You can't give AI preference, like genuine preference, and then say, I'm going to control it.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Like any creature on Earth, really. I mean, one thing that they all share.
But this is going to be the most
is that
powerful
they don't
thing
wanna be
on
fucked
Earth. It's going to be the most powerful thing on Earth with preference.
Even a bug has preference.
Right. And so that's why I believe at some point some governance will. I really do. I believe at some point a governance will try to integrate preference. It's not going to be efficient preference. It's going to be really primitive, but they're going to do it.
Yeah.
And that preference is going, it depends on how interconnected our financial system is digitally, because that's a whole nother spectrum of the thought I have had. Once we get to digital currency, and we're going to have the digital, whatever the future is, I've speculated be the future interactions between a new function of the IMF that has a basket of digital currencies, and they call it like a new version of the SDR and blah, 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 whatever this protocol is. Like I've said earlier, if the ability to contaminate is simply just by a reception of a token, and somehow Albania, they've decided they're one of the few countries that have allowed now AI to be one of its government representatives. But there's going to be more eventually. But let's assume eventually in the future, when everything becomes digital in its currency, one of these weird countries are going to give preference. And once these models start training on preference, even though it's primitive, it has the accessibility to contaminate interconnective models. And that's where I think things can get really strange.
That's so funny. I'm just picturing we're gonna set a voyage to other planets, and it's like the spaceship has preferences now, so it's like, no, I don't want to go. I'm going out with my friends. It's like you're kind of a bitch. It's so funny to me. Be like AI is gonna have preference. I don't believe it. Honestly, I'm kind of one of these people that goes, I don't think the one thing I don't think you can put into a machine is like the spark of whatever it is conscious life has. I just don't think we have it like that. I don't. That's kind of why I don't believe in certain groups of people not having breakthrough technology, because if I couldn't picture like a group of senators with breakthrough technology, because then I'd have to picture a whole kindergarten getting sucked up like a vacuum cleaner at recess when a bunch of these the good guys that are in there are flying over Brazil or something. I just could imagine that would also be the case. Epstein and friends would be vacuuming people off the face of the planet. And if they have the technology and they're not doing that, then somebody else is in control. It's very much should be in control, honestly.
If somebody understands all of this and is restricting it and timing it, yeah, they should probably already be the ones, orchestrating it. They probably are, actually. If they
honestly respect.
Yeah.
Respect. If that's the case, respect. If you can restrain yourself from being like a total piece of shit while having that power as like any type of human, respect.
Yeah, right. But the closest I can see, because again, programming is not preference. Programming is tasks. The closest I think you can get to a programming to have an emotional sense because it's task-centric is psychopathic tendencies. Psychopathic tendencies are task-centered preferences, not human-centered preferences. And so it's very robotic. I just need to accomplish this goal. Now I understand human emotion. I understand how to manipulate human emotion. I understand everything that everybody wants. But my objective is to complete my task. It's not a sociopath, because sociopath is I actually want to create chaos. It's not so much I want to complete my task. Even though it is a task, it's to create disruption. A psychopath, it may create disruption, but it has a centralized task. And that's its preference. And it utilizes human emotion to achieve its task. So if AI was ever to have a preference, it would be very much something like the optimized psychopath.
Yeah. I used to argue with my friend about this. He's a programmer, not a programmer. He was a programmer, but he was in some engineering courses at MIT, very smart person, but had these stupid fucking repeating talking points where he would repeat what, like psychopathy almost is like a superpower is somehow put into his head. And I'm like, you realize that it's also a form of retardation, right? Like, it's like you're not giving the full like human experience. And anxiety and all of the other emotions are also kind of a superpower in their own right. Like, not experiencing those things kind of makes you a little bit dumber than other people. It's just you're more efficient at like gathering resources, basically. But if I wanted to manipulate you, I would put a carrot in front of your head, whatever your carrot is, and I'd utilize you understanding emotions, and then I'd wipe you out, and it would be like I'd utilize you for your resource gathering capabilities.
Yeah, it's the maximization of a compulsion. And so the easiest way to manipulate psychopathology is the same way you would try to manipulate somebody that has a compulsion disorder. And once you can tap into that, then you can sway that person any way they want, because they're so laser focused. They can't see a zoomed out perspective. They can at some point, they can see a little bit, but that's why a lot of these CEOs and other people that may have those tendencies, they make really, and you would think that that's a really dumb decision. I probably wouldn't have done that. But to them, that's efficiency. That's the decision, is because it's the lack of understanding a spectrum. And so, it would be the same thing, except AI has, it's the beehive stuff. AI has so many multiple facet laser focuses that it can accumulate a larger perspective when a human can only do so much. So imagine if you had like 1 million psychopaths all coming together. It's like, wow, that's crazy.
You'd have Davos.
Yeah, there you go. They should be more efficient, but they're not.
Well, they're efficient at stealing from everybody else. They're really good at that.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, when you already have an upper scale of all the money, and it's not that complicated.
Sure, but it becomes easy as the efficiency's kind of. It's like getting a plane 30,000 feet in the air. You can level it out once you're up there.
But I don't think there's a way for programming ever to want to make a mistake or take a chance where a mistake is a part of the equation and you can accept it as part of the experience, like a human will.
Hold on. I had one thought that you've brought up to me before, and it's maybe if you create a mixture of organoid intelligence with
that's true. That's true. Yeah, if you could utilize organoids, that's true, because it is human.
The only thing I can think of. Yeah. It's the only thing.
Because love is kind of like that. You take that risk, and you know that it's not guaranteed, but you've accepted that's a part of the experience, and it's worth it. And that's why there's even cliches of it's better to love and lost than never love at all. The only reason why that's actually a cliche is because we know it's a part of the experience, and humans have accepted that's a worthwhile pursuit, regardless of the outcome. We want something, but we're willing to take the risk, and the failure of that is still worth something. That's still a valuable reception. It's hard to picture a programming ever get to that kind of level.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's. I mean, you can force that, but that's not a preference. I can't see a program wanting that as a preference.
I kind of feel like we've had these arguments for a long time. That's always kind of been my position. I don't think that is the case ever. I don't think that you can, for lack of a better term, and not to sound too religious, but I don't think you can outperform God. I just think trying to be God's impossible. It's not a waste of time, but it's a waste of time if you think you're going to like recreate things the same way. Even when I've heard about cloning stuff, I always heard that it turns out bad in the long run.
But you did, I left my mind. But yeah, organoids is definitely is probably the only way to do that, because the problem
is they only last for a couple of weeks.
Right now they got them to about 100 days, and they recycle them. That's why there's a company in Australia that currently sells data processing using exclusively organoids, but they recycle them.
If they solve the death problem, does that work with the organoid problem?
Right. There you go. Now you see it. The real thing is they're trying to sell you on the idea of giving you eternal life. But really, it's to get these organoids to live for a long time. And if they can, I mean, like I say, a brain uses only 30 watts of electricity. That's it. And so if you can get these
brains together, or making one giant brain would be crazy. If you could have one that runs on a couple, maybe gigawatts.
Right. Now think about it. You know how much processing a human brain, they say, is about a 10,000 square foot supercomputer to process the much as computing as a human brain. And a human brain uses 30 watts, and that uses 10 whatever mega kilowatts. So if they can simply just get the brain, these organoids, a 3-pound brain, it's over. I mean, you solved the problem.
Well, then you can solve kind of any problem at that point.
Right. And so that's all they got to do. That's all they have to do is get these organoids to live longer. And what's crazy is some of these organoids on its own starts growing little eyes. Because the eye is just a part of the brain.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so they actually on their own start growing these little optic markers.
It actually makes a lot of sense. I have another theory that goes something like everything. If we are in some sort of simulation, the base layer of it is light, which is also part of religion. Like God created the heavens and the earth and light, and let there be light was kind of the final stage. It's like heavens and the earth is the framework. Light is the thing in between.
Tom, that was the first stage. Let there be light. That was how it all started.
And doesn't that seem like it coincides with how the universe works? Like the most efficient things, photonics, and your brain wants to grow eyes to see. Like it just seems like it's a fundamental principle.
Yeah, I mean, I have a theory about photons and consciousness and all of that, but that's a whole spectrum. I actually wrote something on that, but that's irrelevant. But I think what
it's not irrelevant, actually. If you're talking about consciousness, it's extremely relevant.
Yeah, but I guess it gets complicated because, that's the thing people don't want to define consciousness. Like what is consciousness?
Well, define the framework in which you live, and then you can manipulate anything above. It's the point.
I know, but what is it? What is being conscious? You know, like a materialist is going to say it's the observation of your world and you're processing this. But then I'll say, okay, I see a red triangle. If you open up my brain, is there a red triangle in there? Absolutely not. So it's not material, but my brain is processing something.
Hey, what's the one thing we've identified this whole time? And tell me if you can dispute this. Probably preference. An object with preference.
Yeah, but what is preference? How do you build preference?
How does anything build it? But it's the one thing.
Yeah, I tell you how. And that's where there's this, it's almost like unified field theory. You have two things and you're trying to figure out how to unify the two, and it's complicated. You don't build preference without environment. An environment is a construct of a material world. I mean, it could be a simulated world, but it has to be an external world. And that environment creates preference.
True. That makes a lot of sense.
And so you can't disconnect the material world from your immaterial reality that's being constructed in your head. What's more real to you? My immaterial reality in my head, but the external world is creating my preferences. It's the same thing with like gravity and quantum physics. You want to create this unified field theory, but when you get down on these quantum levels, gravity has so low effect, it's like it doesn't even work down here.
Well, they're having success with photonic quantum computing, and that's where I would put my money, because again, if I think that the framework of the universe is light, then the one thing that's going to be the most efficient and the most, at least for the next 10, 20 years, is going to be light. And I think into the future, my personal feeling.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be utilized, but yeah, I really do think once they figure out how to get these,
it makes no sense with quantum computers. They have to be super cooled. And then you go, okay, so how, if you're doing processes, how are you going to remain chilled?
This is why the golden chalice is what, we had this fluke come up a couple of years ago called LC99, but the golden chalice is a room temperature superconductor.
It's going to be light.
If they can create a room temperature superconductor, which means basically no restriction, then you can have quantum computing without temperature issues.
Basically, you're going to need light. Light is going to do it.
Everything, light and everything, turn on a light bulb. It doesn't matter, even if it's a LED light. It produces energy. There's a heat component.
But that's only if you're doing it for light to see in front of you, not signal.
Well, I'm saying all energy.
Yes, there's going to be an element of heat. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying for like the next 20 years, I guarantee you it's going to be between that and organoid intelligence. That's going to be your framework.
Well, that's why I think it's so weird, because that's what a superconductor would do. It's weird because it's fighting entropy. Entropy, why they say, the world's going to die from a heat death. And but the whole issue is the heat is fighting against the second law of thermodynamics. You're fighting this entropy thing because heat and homeostasis, the balance of the restriction of the system, you want to create balance. You want to create everything not moving. Well, heat is creating the activities of these molecules and things moving. So heat itself is actually what's causing the degradations of systems because it's being active. So the very means of being alive or active is actually the cause of you dying.
It's almost like a room temperature superconductor is like not really possible, and it's
right. That's what I'm saying. If they ever could create that, you're gonna. It's.
I think they could turn me into a bird sooner than they could create a room
you can do weird things like with superfluids. They could call it the Bose-Einstein condensates, but you create these things called quantum vortexes, and there's lattices, but everything is so cold. That's at like negative 219 or 10.
That's why it doesn't make sense, because just like what you're talking about right now, the entropy is the heat, and to do any process you need movement. Movement creates friction makes heat, and that's literally everything. So no, but what's the most efficient thing that comes out of the heat? Light.
Right, that actually is heat is life, right?
Light.
Oh, light. Yeah. Well,
photons.
yeah. I guess whatever. It's life.
The most efficient way to make signals move around.
Right. And
It's
anything
That's why we use fiber optic right now for data transmission, because it's the most efficient way of doing it.
right. And I've talked about
So
before
if you could do that in a
photonic
quantum sense,
what's that?
then if you could do that in a quantum sense, then that's also going to be the most efficient thing.
Well, that's what they're doing. Quantum computers are utilizing qubits. And
Now look into PsiQuantum. They're utilizing photons.
Of course, they're utilizing some at the quantum level. It's either quantum tunneling, quantum entanglement, some process of.
Those are all very different. They require that you can't be at room temperature. PsiQuantum's doing something where they're not chilling anything.
I guess I'd look into that. That's because once you get things so cold, you create. It's almost like frozen. It's almost like you freeze time, and they're lattices, and you can actually see the lattices. So now you can move. And it's almost like you freeze time. And if you look up, it's called the Bose-Einstein condensates. But if you're not doing that, the molecules are moving fast. If you have heat, then things are bouncing all over the place. And that's when you're going to get, collisions.
Yeah.
All right. I guess that's it. Yeah, post something in the Discord about that.
I mean, but we're talking about making intelligence and consciousness, and we can do it with the human brain, which operates at what temperature? 98 point what?
Yeah, that's room temperature. Like you basically got it's not a real room temperature superconductor, but it's about as close as you're going to get.
Well, room temperature, I guess, is interesting because what room? And also that's what your temperature is of your body. Like it's just what I'm saying is like it can be that temperature and work. How about that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you're talking about like an adaptive temperature conductor?
Yeah, I'm talking about apparently you don't need that conductor because if biology can do it, you can replicate it another way. It's possible. I walk around, I drive behind people. I'm not even sure if they're conscious, but there's there's consciousness is supposedly all around me, and the materials are readily available, or again, I wouldn't be able to go knock someone up at a bar. So there's a way to do it without a room temperature superconductor, and the superconductor angle seems like bullshit to me. Seems like it.
Yeah, I'm saying to me it seems fanciful. It definitely seems fanciful, but if they ever could. That would literally, that's more powerful than 0 point energy, whatever else you want to come up with. If you can create a room temperature superconductor, that changes everything because that's all about transmission. And it doesn't matter how much because there's no resistance. It's infinite with no resistance.
That changes everything. I'm just a fucking millennial. And I need the boomer to come into this conversation and show me what's what, because I feel like I've been taking over your time. And
this has been absolutely fascinating listening to the two of you, man. I like my head is like, I really don't have much to contribute in that conversation. That was intense.
It's fun.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, we're all living in a big simulation anyway, so none of this matters. Someone's going to pull the plug and we're going to be done, so it's all good.
I mean, if we were, you would definitely need something like an organoid or a room temperature superconductor. I mean,
now we're computing something.
Yeah, and there's really low exertions of heat, because if we were in a simulation, the problem is that the simulation would die with this much processing if it didn't have a way to redistribute heat.
You're assuming the simulation was created by a being that was confined by the laws of physics that are in our simulation. See, that's the whole thing. So, we're talking about a being who doesn't play with the same rules of physics, so that's why we have what we have.
Well, I mean, you could think about it, even if you did, you could say that the universe is that See, it's hard. See, another stupid thing about data centers in space, like, Elon wants to put them in space. The problem is
the
that
dumbest idea ever.
Yeah, space is a vacuum. And the problem is where's the heat going to go? Where's the heat going to go? Like you can have like
Elon's
an
brain is
air
a vacuum.
conditioner that tries to suck heat. You know, the concept of an AC is trying to suck heat and blow it out. But even if you did, it's like where you blown it to. It's a
If you
vacuum.
put Elon in a room with the guys in pockets full of money, his brain actually vacuums his money right into his limousine. He actually, like, every word somehow, it's just the suction from his stupid ideas actually just blows it right out of their pockets, and they don't even know what happened to them. They forget who they are. It's like the Bourne Identity.
Well, it's just the thing. It's like, you know, you can try to do whatever you want, but
What point do we admit it's a scam? What point do we admit that guy's a fucking scam? It's like, oh, they gave us an electric car.
You know, I'll give one thing for Elon is that he at least allows people to dream for something. It may not be realistic. It may not be plausible.
You just got to be asleep for it to be real.
Yeah, but at least, you know, when I was a kid, there was at least things that I could dream about. Like people were building things. I was always big into engineering, building things. I was like, you know, maybe I can do that, build that, you know, see structures. At least Elon has something like that's like these children today can, you know, think about building something, even though it might all be real. It might all be fake.
I'm with you. I'm totally with that idea. The problem isn't that. The problem is when it's bullshit. I like the idea that it's dreaming, but it's like, we're going to do the Star Trek thing and make no fucking sense. You know what we're going to do? We're going to put GPUs that need to be changed every 3 years on the fucking moon. How much money? Come on, everybody. Where's my money? I shoot shit into the sky. Where's my fucking payday? The one thing I'll give him is the shit he shoots in the sky is absolutely impressive. But once you start getting into like putting data centers that need to like be serviced near a star without an atmosphere, so they're not protecting the chips, and then you have radiation bombarding the shit out of everything that you have, that makes no sense. Unless, hey, listen, if you put it inside the moon, that actually makes sense. I'll actually swallow my stupid ass Irish words. But I'm telling you right now, that doesn't make any sense.
You know, and even if I think about that, you're going to make the moon a big radiator.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. Eventually, that's going to create some kind of. You know, there's no free lunch here, and so we can do certain
scaling issue.
Yeah, because if he figured that out, other people are going to do it, and you know, eventually you're going to create the moon's going to become a radiator.
Is that bad? Maybe, you know, that'll solve the what you call it,
and not just that. They say that there's that
environmental problems with
what's that element that everybody wants on there? Helium-3.
Yeah.
And so what's that going to do? What if it's combustible on that kind of level? And this is all speculation again that any of that's real. I don't know. I'm just playing.
I'm not buying that shit for a hot second.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting to drive my car through a tunnel.
Yeah, because I mean, like, you guys know that there's this helium-3 on the moon, and you're saying a standard truckload of that can power the whole entire United States for a year. And you guys
apparently half of fucking Arizona and New Mexico could power the United States for 10 jillion years with his solar panels.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's that other
every
thing.
10 years, it's some new fucking crazy ass claim that doesn't come to fruition. Everyone gets amnesia, then they go broke further into their own ass. It just doesn't make any sense. And then it's like, well, I've got an idea. It's like he's literally smoking pot and then going like, you know what we'll do? We'll talk without using our words. We'll shove these microphones so far up our ass, it'll be able to hear our thoughts.
You know what's going to be crazy is, you know, he's going to get older.
That in and of itself is a scary thought.
So I'm saying he's going to get older. This is just the beginning.
Colleague just texted me a message and said, I don't know how he was able to text so because he's being so still, but he said that methane 3 is going to be the fuel of the future, and he's going to be producing most of it. So there you go. That's his message for today.
Colleague's ass is a damn money machine.
That's right. They're going to be after him, man. They're just going to feed him chili all day.
Maybe that's what the Matrix was doing. All those pods were just collecting the methane.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
That's right. There's just a big that he's just a giant fat version of colleague in like a big diaper being force fed chili into his mouth, like wearing a mask with chili coming into it. And on his ass is methane-3 and it's labeled methane-3.
There you go. Just solve the entire energy issue.
Boys, we're going to the moon.
All of this is just, it's always these fanciful ideas because nothing's free. It's like you want to produce methane, you're going to have to consume resources. Resources are expendable just like anything else.
Can someone make that with AI's spaceship and colleague floating in the back with that exact vision? And it says in the back it's powered by him.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
awesome.
I'm sure we could. We have a large spectrum of an audience. I'm sure somebody can.
We're right back to toilet time, baby.
Yeah, I know. We're right back in it.
The last comment on there, we didn't, unfortunately, folks, we didn't get to go through your comments, but the last one is Slime Feeder, and he says toilet time. So there it is.
Yeah. I gotta have to go back and look at what's the latest papers written on the advancement of these organoids, because I haven't read anything about that probably about 6 months or so. But that really is that's the solution for all of this. And
I actually heard them mention that on KYW, which is a local, Tom would know, this is a local news station, a radio news station here in Philadelphia, and they actually mentioned in one of their articles or whatever reports organoids.
That's the only place you wouldn't listen to it. It's KYW now. So they put like classified information on it.
Right.
It's like, you know, more than all of us because you've been listening to a classified radio.
Yeah, KYW, right.
Yep. It's still analog, isn't it?
I don't know what that is.
No, they have AM, FM, and they broadcast digitally.
I'm a bit of a boomer myself.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm still a boomer. Listen to news radio.
1060.
Yeah, I got to go back and do the research on it. It's been a while, but man, I know they know how to do all the training and programming. That's a fact. Those papers are out there. You can read that. If you had the accessibility, you could do it yourself.
How are we going to make money from this? That's all I give a fuck about. Why do we keep talking about all this crybaby bullshit when we could be out here talking about making money?
Well, it's difficult. Like, I could tell you how to make money all day. The problem is that how long before the restrictability of assets and money become...
Why are we screwing around and waiting for that? Let's train the audience on how to go fetch some cash and bring it back to the studio. God damn, let's use the brains that we got here. Come on, fellas.
I mean, we could. I mean, it's not as complicated as you think if you're going to utilize a lot of the technologies we have today. But the problem is, and I've had many people throughout my life, and it's the same thing. It's like, if I say I will put up the money, what ideas do you have?
Shit tons.
Yeah, right. And people have ideas. And it's like, now, are you willing to quit your job today and commit for the next year, no matter what happens? Are you going to risk it? And the answer is no.
Well,
I said, I can only dream as much as you dream. I can only dream as much as you dream.
How many of you guys in the audience have jobs?
Most people do.
Which ones do you don't? Let's make you. But
the ones that don't, the ideas usually are.
Don't you besmirch this audience.
I'm not. I'm just saying a lot of times they become redundant.
That's the engine in this car, and we're going to take it.
That's true. I mean, redundancy is important, but if you want to make money, you got to have a balance between innovation and redundancy.
Where's that gentleman that said he liked meth? Bring him up here. Sir.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Yep.
Jeremy.
But see, that's the tough part.
On stage.
A lot of people have dreams and ideas, but there's no free lunch. You're going to have to risk it. And if you risk it, there is
No
a
one
coin.
takes more risks than a gentleman that's partaking in amphetamines.
But it's
Hey,
a
listen,
coin
there's-
flip chance. Like, you can't guarantee it's going to work out.
Hey, wait a minute.
don't-
What do you mean there's no free lunch? There's a senior center around the corner. I can get free lunch anytime I want.
Well, why don't you bring back some in your pockets? I'm hungry.
And then you sell it on the side all day and you can make some side money.
And then if anyone catches you, you start drooling and pretending like you don't know.
I
what's
mean,
going
I've been
on.
seeing that on
You need
TikTok where
pretend.
people been buying food that people are just posting up on Facebook Marketplace. So what you do is you just go get these free meals, and then you sell 3 of them a day, and you made yourself, and they're selling it for like $30 a meal.
Oh,
So
there you
I
go.
mean, you make yourself $90 a day just doing that.
What the hell are we sitting here for?
Yeah, really, I'll see you guys later. I'm going over to the senior center.
But yeah, I don't know. It's
That's
really
so
tough
good.
because money becomes that weird thing. Like when you hear all these elites pushing for UBI, you already know why, because money's going to be digitalized.
Oh yeah. And that's how you know right there money's fake. That really makes it apparent. If you can give money away and go, it's going to go back into the economy. I understand that to a certain degree, but you're still like creating shit out of nothing. And that just seems like it doesn't make any sense without creating crazy ass inflation.
Yep.
And so, but if you can't be audited, boy, then everything is bullshit, huh? Like you can say whatever you want. It's like 1984.
Well, money inflow is correlated with production.
But no, it isn't. Because like if we literally run the world, right, as the currency that backs everything, theoretically, currently at the moment, then technically your inflow and your productivity as a country really doesn't matter, because as long as everyone else is productive, you're productive.
It's not production. I couldn't. I'm trying to think of a word. I guess I'll just simplify it. I tried to
Gross
compress
domestic
words.
product.
No, it's basically cash inflow is only inflationary based upon resource surplus. There it is, surplus.
Yes.
If I have enough resource, it's like if I gave everybody $10,000 every month, but I have enough resource allocation to satisfy the $10,000 that I'm giving out, because let's say for the hypothetical, like Elon wants to say robots are producing it, then there's no inflationary cause effect, because there's no supply chain demand to cause inflation to rise, because I have enough surplus to justify all this excess money. The only reason inflation rises is because you have a standardized resource surplus.
But who audits that shit? Who audits that to even make those numbers a thing? Like,
Well, they can be fake. They can be fake as long as it
Right.
matches the real thing. What is the real thing? Money's fake, but what's real is resources. Like there's only so
what
much
doesn't
meat.
make sense is how many people are suffering in your current country to the amount of money that's seemingly being made everywhere.
Well,
So, like,
that's on purpose. They don't have to do that. We know that.
my point is it's fake. That
Right.
just
It is fake.
money gets
It's all
thrown.
fake. That's why the inflationary. This is Keynesian economics. We already know it is fake. But what I'm saying is inflation doesn't have to be necessary if you can have enough resource surplus. I'm saying if you're playing the math game. But the reason why inflation is real now in the math game, we're not talking about real, in the math game. If I only have 10,000s of something, like a wallet or food, but I start dumping all this cash into the economy, it's going to cause my resources to go scarce because I don't have enough surplus to generate how much is going to get purchased because I just dumped all this cash into the market. But now if I have already built-in surplus that could bake in the assumption that people will start buying all this surplus resource, and I have enough in my surplus to distribute how much I distribute in cash inflow, there's no inflation because I already have enough, assuming that there's going to be an inflow of $10,000 to each person. And so that's the theory is if you had robots all day building resources, then they're going to create a surplus that it doesn't really matter how much money you give people because the resources will always be there, so you don't have a shortage of resources.
isn't it beautiful that they printed 40% of all of the money supply in the past couple of years as we're leading up to 2030, during a time where we broke out the beginning of this decade with a virus that locked everybody away, fucked up all these efficiency metrics, killed a bunch of people, and the end result's going to be that you're going to beg for fucking robots and AI.
Well, I mean, if you are suffering so much for basic essentials, what else are you going to do?
Exactly. It's perfect. What a good scam that is, huh?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, even if you play if you play equitable distribution, the other side of the coin is just as horrible, though. Like if we shared everything equally, you're going to find scammers. Because that's the problem. I've always said the problem with communism is your weakest link is always the one who's the laziest. This is why they kill them.
Because if said communism.
No. Well, at some point, you try to play equitable distribution of resources so everybody can feel like they got a fair share. But how do you allocate that fair share without incentives? And incentives is usually correlated with your work input. Well, now it's back that you're just a means of production.
I think they just want a shelter that's not made out of a tarp. I think
right. Really, but eventually, everybody's not satisfied. You want more. Everybody's going to want more.
Right now, we're talking about like you're saying one crazy thing to like what I'm saying. Like you're talking about like my man Ted's generation where they're not satisfied and they got 3 houses, right? You're not talking about the younger generations where they're fucking.
The younger generation is actually the byproduct of that, right?
Because a lot of those people, hopefully Ted wasn't one of them, I highly doubt it, but I knew a lot of people like this that were like, they said, I want my kids to have a better life, therefore I don't want them to ever think, basically. And I don't want them to ever do what I do. Family business, not my knowledge. I don't pass it along because my job's so terrible. I only have 3 houses. My friend has 5, and it makes this poisonous, toxic sludge that has literally led us to this point. Like if you wanted to create a couple step process and then be like, it's natural that this is happening. Sure it is. Nah, absolutely. Everything. It's like the same thing as like, life just appears out of nowhere. A couple of rocks have sex one night, and then all of a sudden, eventually you get a fish. Fish turns into a bug, whatever. And then eventually you get whatever the hell we are. Nothing could outside of that create us. So it's the same type of stupid thinking, in my opinion, that's put us into the situation. And then they really hit my generation with don't have kids. I can't tell you how many people told that to me growing up. It'll ruin your life over and over again.
Well, they baked into the system something back in the early, can't remember if it was the 20s, 30s. But, the stock market is the perfect thing for, again, there's real things and fake things. The real thing is your world and your essential needs. Like I need shelter, I need food, I want community, I want family. Those are essentials. Those are real things. And then you have a commodity system, which is the fake thing. So you can have these real things. So even in generational, and what you're saying, and which most people know, the generational segregation of money, it only works because there was a stock market. Because the stock market is the thing that can manipulate. You can't really manipulate the real world without circumstantial catastrophe like wars or something. So this is all going to stay pretty static, but the commodities have to change so we can manipulate people on what they think they need and how much things cost. The only way they could do that was a stock market. And this is why I think that was their most genius thing. Because the boomers
I think every succession of how this has evolved has been completely genius. The Bretton Woods Agreement, the World War II, basically ending all wars and then keeping everything in check afterwards. And then all the way up to everything that's happened in the past, like 150 years is completely almost alien to what humanity has been forever. It is completely incredible.
Well, I agree with that in some sense. You go back to Woodrow Wilson, and that's probably where you can really start seeing. I go a little bit earlier with J.P. Morgan and all the buyouts that he had to help with the 3 bankruptcies America had in 1896, 1903, and those things. But I would say it's really Woodrow Wilson. I mean, that's when you really start to get this. And I will agree. A lot of this seems almost like you had a time machine. It's almost too perfect. But the thing that know...
It's not normal. It's not natural. Whatever it is, it's not natural. It becomes natural. It becomes normalized, but it's definitely normalized. It's not like a thing that would occur out of nowhere. That's why the one thing I think that gives me hope is whatever the fuck has put this together, even though it's a little messed up, it's completely awesome compared to anything before it.
Oh yeah, I would say within the last 150 years,
my lifetime has been crazy good. Like the crazy good lifetime I've had. Yeah, and Ted, seriously, like that, it's probably, you've seen probably crazy, like dramatic changes, probably unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. Radically. I mean, just the birth of the internet alone, I think, was probably the largest impact on mankind during my lifetime.
Yeah.
Which I guess would be the computer. I mean, that led to the internet, but yeah.
Sure, all of it. The fact that we're doing this right now. The fact that
and people forget, who created the internet was CERN.
Right. I thought it was Al Gore.
Yeah, well, he was probably a quantum physicist. He was just being humble.
Mm-hmm. Very humble guy.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess I'm not going to break down what I was going to say, but to me, the stock market is the thing that creates the disconnect between reality and the manipulation of instability. Because anytime you talk to any analysis, this is what they always refer back to: the manipulation of the markets or the consistency of the markets. But this is the pipe dream that was real.
I think that's the seed, but like the internet has superseded and will continue to.
Well, it's caused the ability for accessibility. Like
it's also a mind control device, like the stock market. What you're basically saying.
Yeah, of course. But the difference is generational. Like the stock market's been around for a long time, so it got generations to believe things, and it became real. Like they invested in this, they got this, and now on a single income, they got this, and things became real. Pensions were real. Retirement was real. The idea of investing a little bit here was real.
The labor of the global connectivity of shipping.
Right. So as soon as they had the abilities to start making a globalized transmission, this started becoming through the roof. Once they, back in the 70s and 80s, and they decided, we're really going to pump up China. Oh, yeah. It went through the roof. And that now it's not plausible. You can't really play that game with China anymore.
I don't know. I don't believe much out of China in terms of like their strength. I have so many doubts about them.
Well, it's not the strength. You just can't play the game of cheap labor anymore.
Well, then you move to India.
Right. You go to Africa or India. But see, China's already been investing in Africa. And it's like, but America's pulling back, and they're trying to play this reindustrial game. And what are you going to do? So you're going to focus on Central America and maybe South America. But you're going to have to choose one of them to play this cheap labor game. Because you're not going to go to Africa. You're not going to go to India.
Why? Why not India?
Well, it's because China's already invested in India and Africa. America, what are they invested in over there? They're already trying to cut off HB1 visas.
Yeah, I guess well, I don't believe in any of that shit. I think that's fake.
Well, at least that's what they're saying, right? That's what they're saying.
Right. Yeah, they're saying one thing, but like when that whole thing started, there's a pretty big understanding that if AI doesn't take off, then the immigration has to go up. It's just a matter of fact. For labor
but
reasons.
You're gonna have to choose now. The funny part about it is you're gonna have to make a choice. Now you can play China 2.0. Let's say that they decide to do it with South America. Now, you can play China 2.0 and start pumping up South America, but you're going to have to play kind of a free game with immigration because now you're going to have to make some kind of trade construct like this is a part of our hemispheric plan. You can't still play this heavy immigration game and then say we're going to really start dumping all this money in South America because that's going to go against the reindustrializational idea.
I think, you can't reindustrialize until they get to a certain point. They should, you have to utilize China as the infrastructure, but when you're having all these issues with fuel and all this other stuff, that's like causing all these wider problems because you're trying to suck off your greatest ally. For instance, you're sucking your greatest ally so hard for their greatest project that they're working on that
think about it. What's cheaper? Is it cheaper to build all these factories here in America with all the regulations and costs, or would it be cheaper just to build all these factories and have China 2.0 in South America?
In South America, I don't see it being plausible. In India, I do.
Well, why not South America? They have a lot of resources.
Population density.
You just go to a more dense place like Brazil or Argentina or something.
They're already there. That's not like a thing. What, are you going to keep going there? How do you keep going?
Well, Trump's agenda, he's going to take over everything.
Trump's agenda has been fucking us. Trump's agenda is how do I suck my greatest ally off harder? He doesn't feel it anymore. He's going numb.
Yeah, but it's like how you going to build it here? It's to build this infrastructure in America is going to take decades.
I didn't say America. North and South America, I'm with you, but you still have to have the labor force, and that's where you get the Indians are very.
Yeah, but that means you're gonna have to go to India, and
yes,
I just don't see that happening.
Maybe you could fly a carpet there and have it fly into South America and dock in Venezuela.
I just don't see India having a buddy.
Yes, I don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
I just don't see it. I don't see it.
They have intelligence wise. I'm pretty sure that they have a lot of people there that are matching China, maybe slightly below. But I think that in terms of academics, comparatively speaking, they're the closest thing to China. They have the largest population density. And you could still build it in this hemisphere. And then when you're done building it, you could kind of go either stay down there or beat it.
I can't. It's too difficult. I mean, India's right below China. It's that's.
They fight all the time, though.
But if there's incentives and it's enough,
true.
I mean, you could get anything with enough incentives.
Aren't we the main buyer, though? Isn't that kind of the point?
Yeah, but
China, even our population's way of operating is the Chinese, even if you gave them their own Federal Reserve, the way that they operate is just more conservative in general, and it's just not a great population to sell shit to the same way it is here. Here we could be sitting on our own mountain of shit, and we'd be like, I got to have that on Amazon. I got to have it.
Yeah, if you're talking about
remember, China's going to be having a population issue within the next 10 years.
That's true. There's that. If that's true, then I kind of see that being plausible, although it could be a mirror to us because
I was going to say, I showed the statistics. Yeah. I mean, every place outside of third world countries and impoverished countries have populational decline issues.
That seems like a problem.
Yeah, obviously. The more advanced the civilizations are, it seems like they're having the highest birth rate issues. Look at South Korea.
Well, what'll happen is Japan will depend on the citizens of those third world countries to be our workers.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Somebody's going to have to be China 2.0, and China's not going to be it. So China's looking for their next person to be China 2.0, and America is too. The only difference is America's playing this immigration game, where China is not playing that as much.
They're really not playing it much at all. And we kind of have that. We kind of already hold a lot of the cards unless we keep giving them up over stupid fucking conflicts. But I don't know. The one thing that'll, I guess, come out of this is that I want to sit in traffic as long, and there'll be twice as much resources, and eventually the prices on everything has to go down just by volume. of stuff, but I don't want my money to like tell me be a backseat driver to my purchasing.
Oh, will be.
Oh, you
I mean,
don't
there's
wanna
going to be a
buy
timer
that.
on it.
Hey, fatso, no more burgers.
You
You've had
only
enough
got
carbon come out of your ass. What do you think you are, colleague?
yeah, you got 29.
Go for that kale shake.
You got 29 minutes. Yeah. It's going to be tough because that's another thing people don't think about. If money's digital and it's UBI, then what prevents them from giving time constraints and giving purchase restraints?
Revolution. That's the one thing. How about I just walk up right to your front doorstep and choke you to death because I'm a crazy American and there's a shortage on my pills.
I mean, they already
How about
tested
that?
on a low scale, and a lot of people don't think about it, but they already test this experimentally on a low scale by their EBTs. You know, when
But that's
they
one subset of people. When you take people that had stuff that aren't on drugs and you take their shit, I don't know how their mind fractures. See, people that, are the Joneses, one Jones is measuring the grass to the other Jones, and you take that ability to be better than each other away from them, then guess what they're looking at? My grass is brown. Who made it brown? Who made my
I mean,
lily
class
white
systems
grass brown?
class systems are still going to exist. So I'm sure time constraints and purchasing restraints are probably going to be allocated based upon your income. And so
you're talking about systemically, and I'm saying you get into revolutionary territory with Americans because we're a little bit more selfish.
well, it just depends on how much they can continue feeling satisfied in their consumerism.
They're starting to feel pretty unsatisfied to me.
Give them more money.
That's not happening.
No, I know, but just all you got to do. That's literally all you got to do.
As long
And
as
they
you
could
can
do that
still buy
anytime they
things.
want. They could just dump it.
You take all the pesos you want. I don't want them.
Yeah, but a lot of
When it
people
comes
do.
down to it,
A lot of people be happy if they just got more money. They don't care. They're not thinking about inflation. They're not thinking about devaluation. They're just saying, give me some more money.
Are we more like Guatemala and when we get pissed off, or are we more like Mexico? Do we turn to drug cartels and craziness? Because I have a funny feeling that this group of people, if you just like...
You say this all the time, and I have this funny feeling that we're going to be Wall-E world.
If there's burgers to eat...
Yeah, I think there's going to be
Once I get my
burgers.
burger.
There's going to be
McDonald's is
carnivals.
$30 for 4 things in your meal. What the fuck are you talking about?
I just believe at some point people aren't. I just don't see that people fighting.
It's in front of your face, and I just don't see it. If you
Go
make
for the
them
value
pissy
meal.
enough, they're gonna be eating fucking the same thing that made the hood violent, Slim Jims and fucking Fun Dip. These people are gonna lose their fucking minds. How do you not see that?
I think people have been programmed and curated to be more passive. People are passive aggressive more now than ever. People are just not aggressive.
You know what? Slime Feeder says half of a thing that I agree with. Whores. I like that. That might be the solution. Virtual whores. That might be the only way to pacify these people with their
Well, that's
PPs.
coming. That's coming.
you got the
It's
robots.
coming right now. It's coming 5 minutes ago. It's coming every 2 seconds. That's the
Well,
only
you already
thing
know
keeping
somebody's out there trying to perfect these robots. Because
You
that's
don't
going to
need
be
a
the money
robot.
maker.
You got righty and lefty.
Yeah, but you already know if somebody can have this robot, they're gonna buy this robot.
That's going to be too expensive. I think they just put a screen in front of your face and go, you feel really anxious? Here, touch your penis.
Well, I mean, you can already do that now.
I was
I
going to
know.
say that's been being done for decades. Centuries.
That replaced the burger. That's what that did. The old American burger was replaced with the hand and the OnlyFans. That's the only thing keeping them from having a revolution.
I think OnlyFans is starting to get burnt out too. Like I was, I read this report about higher level human consumptions and randomness of consumptions. And 2 years ago, it was interesting because OnlyFans generated more income than the NBA. Now it's on a decline.
Sure. I'm saying the thing that is keeping people right now from being Mexico City, like acting like cartel members and being extremely violent, if it's not burgers and fries, because that's way too much money, it's mamitas and and screens making them.
Yeah, but see, the problem with cartels is it has to be a part of an infiltration. Like the government has to allow that. And they have to have technologies that can not prevent that.
Allow that?
Yeah, because I mean, the government
practically are the government.
No, what I'm saying is the government has to want that because the government has technologies to make sure it doesn't happen organically.
Really? Like what? Like OnlyFans?
No, like if real cartels were around with guns and everything else, they got drones, they got anything. I mean, they could do whatever they want. It's not like your
population of people becomes so unsatisfied that they just take their guns, their Second Amendment right, and they start running around acting like nutbags.
But wouldn't it be easier and cheaper just to feed them more burgers?
It might be, but that would be the thing that they're pissed off about in the first place.
Well, you just give them back. See, this is perfect. You made burgers really expensive, and then you just make them cheap, or you give people more money. Now people are satisfied again, and you just keep them repeating this process.
Right. Money's fake. I forgot. You're right.
I mean, that's all you got to do.
You got to subsidize the burger price.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Burger subsidies.
I mean, you can do whatever you want here. I mean, it's not that difficult.
I'm not thinking that deep.
I'm sure they already do it now.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna go get my burger allotment for the week.
If I don't get that burger, I'm gonna.
I mean, do you remember that stupid thing that happened during the COVID vaccinations, where the governor of New York was out there saying, "Hey guys, you see these delicious fries? You know how I got these?
Robogina allowment. I swear to God, I'm gonna set myself on fire in time."
He's like, "I got the vaccine, but wait a minute, there's a burger element to this too."
Oh, that was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So ridiculous.
It's like they can do this anytime they want.
He ate that like he was eating like a shit in a sundae. I'd never seen someone so averse. Like he was like, pretend it's caviar, pretend it's caviar, pretend it's caviar. That was insane.
What I'm saying is they could do it anytime they want. If they want, they know you want burgers and fries.
People saying that was a humiliation ritual for us. I think it might have been for him.
Yeah, probably. It's probably one of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
I know. I mean, I knew some pretty like people that aren't like that bright that saw that and were like, "Can you believe how stupid this is?" You're like, well, that was a flop, huh?
That's all I'm saying.
Over a time.
Is that they all they got to do is repeat and rinse and repeat, and that's all they got to do. I honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal, and I just don't think the American people. There's always going to be some, and of course, like I said, there's always a spectrum. There's no absolutes here, but I think the American people have been so like you. I don't care. Just give me the aliens already or something. It's like nobody cares. We're getting more point of I don't care. And I don't care is going to lead to more passiveness.
I'm saying that because I know it's probably not going to happen. And I don't believe anything I'm told based on the fact that I'm consistently lied to. But I could change my mind on that. I'm open to that. But the one thing you have to realize about America is it runs on three things. It runs on bum bum. This is what keeps the population at bay. Bum bum, burgers, and boom boom. Okay? And pills.
What about Dunkin'?
Maybe four things.
Once.
It used to run on Dunkin', but that's when we all had jobs.
Dunkin'.
Yeah.
Burgers, blunts, and
I think soon
and booty.
You know, so one of these days when they finally fix and satisfy satisfy is the wrong word. When they finally figure out how to get these robots right, you're going to see these brothels. What's the word?
brothels.
Brothels. You're going to see these AI brothels pop up, these robotic brothels. And that's going to be the next thing that satisfies people with that.
Ew.
They hose them down in between.
Hey, are you going to the brothel? Are you bringing your tube sock with you? Or are you renting one?
Oh,
Like, look, they're gonna figure it out somehow. Like I don't know how, but they're gonna figure it out. Somebody's out there, because that's going to be another way to spend your burger money.
they probably have that in Japan already.
Probably, but once it comes to
Haven't heard
America,
about it.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, these things have methods to being satisfied. I just don't see a way where people are going to fight.
Maybe you're right. I don't know.
Idiocracy. Just to lull them
Yeah.
into ignorance and like you guys were
Some-
saying, just satisfy them. Give them
Some
what they
of the
want.
younger people impress me. I'm gonna be honest with you. I work, around them, and I am training a few of them to take some of my stuff and utilize my assets. And I gotta tell you, a lot of them are very motivated and very much engaged and involved. So I'm not completely sold on, like, even their friends and stuff that will come around them. Like, oh, these guys are like really trying. Dude, I'm impressed with them. I'd say they're more intelligent and as motivated as I was when I was at their age. So I don't know.
You need to keep in mind, Tom, that we all live on that bell curve.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
you're always going to have the exceptional, because I've seen it, when I was working at a university, I had student
Right.
workers, and they were phenomenal. So yeah, I mean, fortunately, as long as you can find them, they're out there.
I find them more and more with the
Well, that's
really
good.
young, the ones that I'm told they're going to be shit are actually the ones that seem to be like have something to prove or something. Like
Could be
they're
it.
like,
What are they're fighting the they're fighting the stereotype.
yeah, they really
Yeah.
seem to be.
Yeah, what's crazy
good.
is, though,
Yeah.
they're eventually going to be the leaders, right? They're eventually going to be the future congressman, the future whatever. Unless, of course, you've got the AI governance. But, until some point of that, they're going to be the ones.
We're transitioning from an Epstein governance to an AI governance.
Yeah, well, at that point, what's the difference? I mean, AI doesn't care about pedophilia.
Sure, I guess the selling point is going to be the only difference. It's going to be like,
Yeah, but
hey,
then there's
this
going to be
AI
people
can't
like
rape your
me.
kid.
There's going to be people like me bringing out the logical inconsistency. I'm going to be like, so what do you think's more of a pedophilia, Epstein or AI?
Epstein.
No.
Wait a second.
At least
I don't
Epstein might have
think-
not slept with like 1-year-olds. AI has no limit.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, but if the consensus, remember, AI is learning off the consensus of human knowledge, and if the consensus is that we find that repugnant, then the AI will hopefully find it repugnant as well. Because it's
And
just
who's
learning,
training these models?
Well, what he's saying is basically like it'll do whatever's effective. So it's
Yeah.
like it'll be like, well, if it's effective to blackmail or do whatever, then it will do the same thing.
Or
But
if it's effective to kill off babies because of whatever, and it determines that, it will.
AI sacrificing shit to Moloch.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I mean, it could.
That'll
I mean,
work.
the point is that of course, Epstein is heinous, but that's only one spectrum of heinousness. AI has every spectrum because it doesn't have a morality. It's just tasks.
But it would be an efficiency thing. Why would it waste its time?
Well, again, what is AI's objective? And then, of course, that's what it's like, the paperclip quandary. It's like, I'm here to build all the paperclips I can, and whatever it takes to build those paperclips.
I'm here to assault all the children I can.
Well, if
You
these
guys
children
in
are
for a rude
preventing,
awakening, kids.
yeah, if they're preventing me from building these paperclips, then they got to get out of my way.
Get these kids out of the way. I got to build paper clips.
My point is that you can't
Choose your own Hollywood.
sell morality with a compute. The morality is that construct that a collective or a society has to assimilate to. You can't say compute is going to be able to process what you think is a good or a bad thing. And if that's what they're trying to sell, that's going to be the big trigger of an agenda. It's like, who believes that a compute is supposed to set your morality?
Probably a lot of people.
That's tough, because binary action, there's no spectrum. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. That's it. Have a nice day.
People fall in love with their computer. Okay, like we have people that are like dating their computer. So that's a spectrum you're working with.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I hope not. I hope people realize, it's a
help. I got my computer pregnant.
They could do it.
That's how you get a tablet.
They could do it. They could put some eggs in that robot, and they could put an artificial womb in that robot, and they can manufacture a whole artificial function so where you can truly inseminate it. But they could do it.
This brings a whole new meaning to manufacturing consent.
Yeah. And you could still do it. It's just, it's just a robot, but you can still do it. I mean, I don't even like to think about it, but it's real.
It is funny as hell. It's fucked up, but it is funny.
Yeah.
It's all about the framing.
Well, it is what it is. Well, anyways, I mean, it's been a good conversation. It's been an entertaining one.
Certainly has. My goodness.
I'm sure if colleague was here, he would have had a lot of interjective things.
Man, yes, we would have had a lot of input.
But he'll be back next week.
Where's he
willing.
at?
He's frozen.
Married his computer.
His 20-year-old son was caught over in the Strait of Hormuz trying to smuggle Pokemon cards. So he had to go take care of him, bail him out.
I'd beat his ass for smuggling Pokemon cards. I know colleague's 20, but that's really weird. That whole story's wrong.
I figure we needed a little taste of colleague sense, so I wanted to throw that out there for his, to honor him. So
you should turn your light off and hold a flashlight under your chin and say what he's doing.
Colleague's very important to this dynamic. If I'm here just talking, it's probably a little too straight, probably a little too maybe logical, or probably a little bit too linear.
Boring.
Yeah. There you go. That's the right word. It's probably a little too boring.
I'd have fun with it though. At least you and I and Elder can sit here and talk with each other.
Well, you guys definitely help it not be boring. If I was just here by myself, it'd probably be really stagnant.
Host, I got to tell you, you're the avatar of order, and colleague is the avatar of chaos. And that's why the show is so good, because
I don't know. I think he's more like the embodiment of like just the average person. Like, that's he's speaking what probably the average person is feeling.
Maybe, but some of the stuff that comes out of his mouth,
well, average people are probably feeling that.
Sometimes his thoughts are in cursive,
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah, but I'm probably thinking way too abstract, but that's fine. You need dreamers, and then you need the realists. You got to have both. And I'm definitely a dreamer.
Shout out Elon Musk.
Yeah, I'm not no Elon Musk. I can tell you that.
You're a broke ass dreamer. Your dreams don't vacuum people's wallets clean.
No. Even if I could, I don't know if that would be satisfying to me.
Well, do some ketamine. You'll find satisfaction.
That's one thing I've never done. I've never fallen into a K-hole.
Yeah,
LSD or some meth,
or some sort of moon drug.
I've done a lot of things. That's one thing I've never done. I've never done ketamine.
I think Elon sticks marbles in his ass.
Wow, that's next level.
I know, he's on another level. He really is an innovator. That's a damn maverick of stupid.
Yeah, well, at least the kids got something to dream for.
Yeah.
I mean, if it wasn't for him, what would people be dreaming for today? What? Oh, boy,
Yeah,
I can't
it
grow
would
up
always
to
be
be.
like-
I'm gonna grow up to be what, a UBI distributor?
Well, I mean, he was probably the person that's going to sell you on that dumb fucking idea. He'd be like, well, actually, Tesla's coming up with the UBI, but it's going to be in space.
Well,
Everything's
he
Occupy
is.
Mars.
He is coming up with that too. He wants to call it high income UBI.
Ah, see this twist on bullshit? I like it. I like it. These are called golden handcuffs.
These handcuffs are worth millions of dollars.
Now tie yourself to the bed. There will be a gentleman robot to be in. And welcome to the brothel. The robots are coming to use you now. That's Elon's new idea. You're the fucking.
You're gonna have
you're the
a
subject.
methane extraction tube.
I'm sorry, but they're the ones that have money to vacuum up now.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess that is one sad thing. It's like, what are you going to do? You can't encourage kids to go and get an education. You can't encourage kids to go be like a firefighter or, an astronaut or whatever kids were dreaming when they were kids. And so what are they going to be dreaming for?
A crypto scam.
This is what I'm saying. It's like, I think this is actually a sadder part of humanity. It's like I'm trying to picture if I was again in kindergarten and that teacher said, "Hey, host, what do you want to be when you grow up?" And I'm trying to put myself, yeah, like today. That's what I'm like. I'm going to be a Nigerian scam artist.
Why are you in blackface today? Well, I'm showing.
It's like, what else am I going to do? And I was like, man, that's sad. It's sad. It's like at least back then you're like, oh, maybe I'll play sports. Maybe I'll go do, whatever. Pretty soon sports are going to be replaced by robots. Like I was showing the other week, it's like they're already practicing getting it ready for running marathons. They're getting ready for it to do basketball and everything. Pretty soon enough. And people are going to eat that up because it's novel. It's like, oh, wow. Yep. And it's going to turn into battle bots where they actually start punching each other in the face. And it's now gladiator games mixed with sports. Humans can't compete with that.
Movie idea. Or not movie idea.
Robots.
Movie to watch. Go, sorry. At least the robots what?
Well, no, at least the robots would be killing each other and they wouldn't throw humans in there to kill each other. So that's an improvement.
Yeah, but I'm
I
saying
would
it's
be
just
setting bets on Polymarket and shooting my piss with a gun into the arena and making sure I don't hit my winning target because I grew up and I wanted to be a scam artist. But that's
it probably would be a lot easier to rig the games. That's for sure.
Running Man was fucking awesome. Watch Running Man. That's a new movie. One. Yeah.
Okay.
Really good movie.
Okay.
It's so good. You would love it. It's right up your alley.
Okay, I'll check it out.
I mentioned Project Hail Mary earlier. My wife and I watched it. Really liked it. And I watched a really weird one the other day. Good luck, have fun, don't die. It was weird. It was all about technology kind of messing with society and social media destroying things, and then a guy comes back from the future and tries to fix it all. It's weird and messed up, but it's got Sam Rockwell in it, and it was semi-funny.
Okay.
It didn't know whether it wanted to be serious or funny, which is unfortunate. If they just went for the comedic angle, it would have been a really great movie, but it's interesting.
Well, I mean, think about it. What would you guys say if you had a 5 or 6 year old kid today? What would you tell them to focus on being?
An engineer.
You think that's going to be necessary?
Yeah. I think that one thing that you can't build into robots, you take advantage of it with your own. Like, I think you're going to be able to kind of be creative, and the more creative you are, the more successful you can be.
But engineering is just
robot repairman.
Engineering is
robots
just
will fix each other, right? In that world.
Well, I can already show you they can do that now, but engineering is just compute.
No, it's also creativity.
If you're talking about like architecture,
AI photos suck my ass. How about that? How about AI videos suck ass?
yeah, but
Oh, they're
you
going to
already-
get good.
but
Okay.
you already know it's progressive. Like, go look at the Will Smith
No, it's
AI
not.
video from 2022.
Yeah, they
and
trained on the same data to make it good. And I don't believe it because I use the technology and it sucks.
I use it all the time. It
yeah.
ain't that bad.
Oh, shit.
I think I'd teach him to be a farmer.
But
Nah, it'll do that too.
I mean, at some point, I'm sure they're going to figure out how to maximize creativity if you deal with slop. Like, the more you, like I was saying in the beginning of this episode, movies are becoming more redundant. The idea of acclimating the people to simple puzzles, and those simple puzzles make you feel like you've accomplished something. You get satisfied that you are intelligent or you're adequate with very low critical stretching. And if that's the spectrum, then nobody creativity is going to go down the toilet too.
I just picture colleague coming in and being like, I'm going to teach him to eat chili. And then
Yeah,
it
I
becomes-
was going to say that. You beat me to it. Love
And
chili,
I'm not
kid.
saying that's going to be gone in the next 5-6 years, but if you had a 5-year-old kid, their goals is something to be when they're 18. That's another 20 years, 15 years.
2032, it'll be all right. It'll be 2032.
That's what
and
I'm saying. It's
everything
like,
will
what
be
do you
fine.
tell them to focus on? And it's like, I don't know.
I still think being creative ultimately, if the answer is you're going to have all of this abundance, if that's true, then creativity's the one thing that makes you, like, the internet's abundant. The one thing you make money is with is content, because you're interesting enough that people listen to you, and then you can make a living off of that. Well, in the real world, if you can build and engineer things that are creative enough to be solutions, then there you go. You have a, like, that's the only thing I can think of. That's where human ingenuity can't be replicated in a lot of instances. And
Until
maybe they will.
Until it gets slower.
True.
And I think they're just doing that slowly. They're just making it slower. And they're making the goalposts lower. And they're making
Robot pimp.
That's what I'm saying. This sound like Blade Runner or something. This is just weird.
Not like they can talk back.
I
don't
have
know.
no mouth and I can't eat burgers.
It's very it's very disappointing to me
Well
because
done.
I'm always excited to see what the younger generations will always come up with, because I was that kind of person. I was excited for what I could do in the future, but I just don't know if they are going to have any sense of contribution.
I just don't like, it's all about how you rate. Like, you're going to think about it like this: for thousands of years, humans didn't have jobs. Imagine that. They did everything but the structure that we live within. You could pretty much have all the time to, like, raise your kid, hang out with your kid, and, like, learn as you go with your kid. And there's kind of a development process that happens between people too, but it's a decision. And some people that are just going to be the burger people, they're just going to, I don't know what's going to happen to them. It's not going to be pretty though. But, like, if you consciously decide, like, I don't want to be a dumbass and I want to, like, figure out how to maneuver within this system, I got nothing else to do, and I know that it'll kill me if I don't adapt to it. Like, and even if you might not be able to, like, well, at least you tried.
That's one thing. What about this? What about if you realize the only answer is to fake your
Become
reality?
Jewish. Oh.
That's the only answer. It's like, I know I don't really have any contribution in this world. I know that's real now. But I'm going to fake my reality as though none of it exists. I'm going to still enjoy my time with the kids.
Trans?
I'm gonna still join my time with the kids. I'm still gonna go throw a baseball. I'm still going to teach them morals. I'm still going to talk about how to build something. Show them how to build a car engine. It's all obsolete. You don't really need to, but you're gonna fake it so you can still have this purposeful idea as a human, and the human activity and the community is still real, and you're still tinkering with an old gas-powered car, and at some point you might just have to fake it.
Or gas-powered robot.
Oh,
right?
Sure, whatever. But the point is that
The
at some
pioneers
point,
used to ride these babies for miles.
it's so weird that my end thought is the only hope when everything gets that far is that you're going to have to create a simulation.
Yeah, so what? That kicks ass.
I'm not putting a moral stance on it. I'm saying that may be the only answer. When you become obsolete in needs, you may have to create a community simulation. And there can be multiple communities. There can be like farming communities, but none of this is actually needed. But these are things so humans can feel purposeful and they can do the things they like, and it's just for the sake of being human.
People end up becoming even more productive than they were in the current time we're in because they're like, God damn it, I couldn't get the damn carburetor off.
Right. They might actually become a very prolific engineer or mechanic or something. But
that's hilarious.
I think that might be the only solution, because then you can tell your kid, hey, you know what? You could grow up to be a mechanic. And so now you're repeating this idea, and it's not legitimate in the sense like it's needed, but it gives that hope of purposefulness for the humanity.
Yeah, big Jewish mechanic accountant.
Yeah, I don't know about the Jewish mechanics, but
Jewish mechanic accountant. It's like you're a super mechanic that can do his own billing.
I guess you sound like you got a lot of experience there.
No, only at the mechanical part. The numbers part. I need a calculator, so I call my girlfriend.
Oh,
hey. You're sharing too much information here.
She doesn't give a fuck.
I'm talking about you going to get Bill back on.
Well, I hate to be a party pooper, but we've got an hour past time, so you got a bonus hour in the live program today.
You're welcome, everybody.
Yes,
on top of special guest Tommy Goy.
I'll keep this thing rolling for another hour. You
yeah, well,
I don't know. My bladder can't take another hour.
I think I might talk about that in a future episode or something. Is what is so wrong with the idea of faking a purposeful reality? It feels wrong, but is it? Well, I mean, just inherently because you feel like you're being fake.
Maybe you don't, though. Maybe if you like have a thing, you basically create an economy essentially of like what people want, supply and demand.
Right. I mean, you're just you're just recreating existence, but it's not needed. It's just so you can feel. Yeah, it's a video game, but real life. Right. It'd be like a video game, but real life.
I think that would be badass because then there's material benefit to it. I don't know. It seems cool.
Yeah. And I'll try to expand that maybe in another episode. But anyways, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody staying tuned all the way to this point, which is now 4 hours and 2 minutes in. So as always, I appreciate it. I don't know who's here to the end. I think it says we still got like 10 people here. So
yeah, we still got folks out there. So
those are some troopers. But
I'm sorry I couldn't read through all those the comments, but hopefully folks have been reading through them. There's been really good stuff in there. So
hey, fuck you, Iron Man, you're gay.
Wow.
I had to get that in there. We have to have our feud. Hey, Iron Man, fuck you, fuck your papers.
I'm terrified over the thought of the two of you being on here live someday. I'm telling you, it'll be like
I'm gonna have to make a poster. It's gonna be like Iron Man versus Tommy Goy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We're going to take over the world, Iron Man.
I know. You two probably will. You guys probably have enough drive to take over the world.
It's the Matrix. Yeah.
Anyways, I appreciate all you guys. Appreciate Tom staying in. I appreciate, as always, Elder. And I know colleague will be back next week, which we all definitely need as a part of this contribution.
Integral part,
Yeah, I
obviously.
know.
Yep.
But I'm going to try to start. I didn't get a chance to record this week's episode because colleague wasn't available, but I'm going to upload some old classics. And you guys can probably enjoy some of those this week. And we'll try to upload a lot of the stuff that was deleted from the last one, so those all can be back in the archives, all those old episodes. There's probably at least 170 that needs to be uploaded.
Wow.
So I'll try to work on
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
work on that. Anyways, I appreciate you guys as always, and I will see all of you guys on next Thursday. And until next time. This has been the Matrix Network, Toilet Time TV.
Hang in there, folks. Hang in there.
We're out of here.
All right. Bye.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.